should have acted. They're already here. The Elder Scrolls told of their return. Their defeat was merely a delay. Till the time after Oblivion opened. When the sons of Skyrim would spill their own blood.
If tomorrow all things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, where the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
Across the plains of Texas, oh, from sea to shining sea.
From Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Okay, hang in there, folks. There are going to be technical difficulties today. I'll explain why in just a moment, but first let me fix this. Let me just get it centered up here and expand it a little bit. Oops, not so much. There we go. Okay. I really screwed this up. I apologize. I found out this morning that President Biden was supposed to be giving remarks today, right about actually 6 minutes ago, about the situation in Afghanistan, and I completely lost track of time. I was playing Enderell, which is kind of an offshoot of Skyrim, and I got completely engrossed in a battle with a cave troll. Died many, 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 many times because I was doing it wrong. I was leaving a lot of tools in the toolbox instead of in front of me, and I just all of a sudden I'm like, oh my god, it's time, and so I just rushed to start the show, and I had the wrong system set up for OBS. For some reason it was set up for the game stream when I knew there wasn't going to be a game stream today, and I did it anyway. And I launched without checking it, and so all of the resolutions are off because of that. And it's completely my fault. And of course, you saw when I started the show, I don't have the opening sequences labeled, I can't even think right now. Skyrim opening sequence. It just says opening cinematic. So I didn't even notice that it was the wrong one. That's why that started the show. So, and again, and all the titles were wrong, etc., etc., etc. So my F up, and I'm sorry. I could do better, and sometimes I just don't. So all that out of the way. I'm on the White House page right now, on their YouTube channel, waiting for the remarks to start. So if you'll give me a moment, I'm going to open up the page. Hang on just a second here. All right, so there's the page. Let me fix the resolution. I've grabbed the wrong one. Hang on. Again, doing this on the fly. No, wrong way. Hang on. No, not quite. And again, this is all because I'm using the game stream settings instead of the normal settings. So I've completely screwed it up. And for some reason, it's not quite on the page properly. Let me see if that'll do it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. So we have that ready to go. For some reason, my camera isn't on. I'm going to have to fix the camera. Give me a moment. The zoom is probably going to be... no, I've got to delete the camera. Hang on. Sometimes when I screw up the resolution like this... Where the hell is the remove? There it is. When I screw up the resolution like this, the camera is so far off screen that I can't recover it. So what I have to do is delete it and then add it again. Luckily, it's a very simple process. I just have to do about 6 clicks, and there it is. Okay, so we've got it. And I'll just leave the zoom as it is. No need to bother with that. Let me shrink this this chat box here. That's there's the other one. Oh, that's way off. Hang on a second. These are the chat boxes and the overlays for Tidy Labs. The thing you're seeing in red right now, and obviously those are much too large. So let's shrink that a little more. A little more. There we go. That's about right. Okay, so again, President Biden is due any minute now to present to us, as I understand it, according to the White House page here on YouTube, it says, and I'm quoting, President Biden delivers remarks on the evacuation of American citizens and their families, SIV applicants and their families, and vulnerable Afghans. All right, so that's what we're expecting. Okay, so let me, with that in mind, take you to a story I just now saw on the Daily Wire. Let me refresh the page, and this is according to a number of sources, is what's going on the ground right now. This is a story from today, Again from the Daily Wire by Emily Zanotti, and I'll quote it in full. A disaster. Taliban hunting for U.S. allies, screening names at Kabul airport, Americans injured and stopped from boarding planes, and that's in quotes. Okay, so let me read it to you in full. This is from NBC News. The Taliban is screening paperwork at checkpoints outside the Kabul airport, searching for it says a miracle, because again, the Daily Wire has shit for editing. American allies, and it's not even a word. You could do a freaking, I'm sorry. Searching for American allies and others who worked for the coalition, and the situation outside has deteriorated into a, quote, disaster, even as the United States persists in demanding that Americans find their own way to the airport for evacuation, and claims from the Pentagon that Americans are, again quoting, not being impeded on their way out of the country. And we have seen that report from the Pentagon Wednesday, and I understand they said that again yesterday. Okay, so let's continue with your article. Video posted to social media shows the disaster outside Kabul airport, a crowd being tormented at a Taliban checkpoint, with soldiers whipping and beating those in line to leave, including a woman clinging to a baby. And I'm just going to play these, so hang in there, folks, because these may be very graphic. Could get this video pulled down on some of the channels, but I think it's very important that we see all of this as in full color, if I may. So I'm just going to play this. Careful with your ears, because I haven't had time to check the sound on it. So let's see what we've got here. Oh my God, that had to have been close to 100 rounds. It seemed to me that they are firing over people's heads, but folks, for those of you who aren't all that familiar with firearms, bullets got to land somewhere. Bullets got to land somewhere. Think of all the children who have been killed while in their own home, sometimes sleeping in bed, sometimes just sitting up and doing homework, by what is described by the media as a stray bullet. Now, there's no such thing as a stray bullet. A bullet goes where it's aimed, period. That's all a bullet can ever do. That is a bullet that was fired deliberately in that direction, with no regard for what happens afterwards. Anyone who is trained in using firearms, one of the first things you're taught is never fire unless you intend to destroy the target, and never fire unless you are sure of your backstop. And so what you have here, these Taliban, again, firing over the heads, but as a bullet travels, it loses a height because gravity sucks. And so no matter how high of an angle you fire that bullet, it's going to start dropping after a period of time. And bullets drop just like everything else on Earth at a speed of 32 feet per second, which is analogous to about 10 meters per second. And so that by saying it that way, that means not only does it fall at that rate initially, but it accelerates up to what's known as terminal velocity. And some things have a terminal velocity of maybe 100 miles an hour. A human body has a terminal velocity of about 100 miles an hour, unless it goes into a very streamlined dive, which is what some high altitude and high performance skydivers do. There's such a thing in the U.S. military called a halo, which is a high altitude, low opening, where you will have people jump out of aircraft at such a height that they actually have oxygen systems on in order to keep from passing out as they descend through the atmosphere. And oftentimes they will go into what is known as a tuck, where they will just pull their arms and legs in as tight as possible after aiming towards the ground. That they basically become a missile. And then they do that as they descend, and then the air thickens, so they slow down a little over time as the air resistance, the drag, gets greater and greater. And then they reach a certain altitude, normally just a few hundred feet, and they open their parachutes. And boom, they're on the ground. That is designed to allow the aircraft to stay out of enemy fire, and also sometimes out of the enemy airspace. If the Halo operators want to, they can also extend that glide, and it'll carry them a certain distance depending on the height of the drop, and they will be able to glide a distance before they open their parachutes. It is a very dangerous thing. It takes a lot of training in order to do properly. There are very few paratroopers who are trained in this kind of operation. It's mainly something used by special operation forces for deep insertion into enemy territory, and it's often done, almost always done at night, so you can't be seen. So think of diving through the sky from upwards of 30,000 feet at night and having to open your parachute within enough time, which is normally literally seconds. They only want to be under the canopy for seconds, so they can't be spotted because those canopies are big. They're colored in such a way that they're not reflective, hard to see at night, but still, it's you can hear it open, and they target the ground and land. I think the normal technique for a Halo is you want to get about 1 or 2 full swings, they call it, under the parachute. What that means is, and I have training in parachuting, so what a swing is when the parachute opens, your body momentum, as it's carrying down while the canopy opens and slows you down suddenly, your body momentum will cause you to swing like a pendulum, and the parachute will swing with you a little bit, and you want about 1 to no more than 2 swings under that canopy before you're on the ground. Any more than that, and you're opening yourself up to detection. And remember, parachuting in, that's a one-way operation. You can't parachute back out. Someone's got to come in and get you out of there. Okay. Electric Dog has a piece in the D-Live chat titled "Ice Cream and Dementia: What It Means." It says here, from American Thinker, the real reason why Biden is so often indulging in ice cream. Well, let's go ahead and get to that after I finish the story. Thank you, Doug. Thank you very much. King of the links as always, and the best technical producer on the internet. So, folks. So anyway, back to Afghanistan. We have more from this story, so let me go along with it. Another video taken by an Afghan interpreter outside a Taliban checkpoint shows lines of people being assaulted by Taliban guards as they wait to exit the country with their families. And this is a tweet from Paul Zoldra, blue checkmark. And it reads as follows: "Now I'm hearing from another Marine veteran trying to aid his former interpreter in escaping. The biggest hurdle remains getting them safely to the airport. There are Taliban checkpoints and huge crowds. One interpreter sent him this video from one gate, and there are 3 gates, as I understand it, right now. Obviously, the Taliban controls every one of them. There may be a 4th gate that the British have opened. That I'm not sure of. I know there is a gate that is being manned by British paratroopers. That's the scene that you saw yesterday, where people were throwing their babies over the razor wire, the concertina. Hopefully landing without getting hurt, so the soldiers could get them out of the country. Again, as I said yesterday, I won't show you the video. I can't. There's no way I could. But some of those babies are actually getting hung up in the wire. And I can't begin to describe to you what razor wire does to a human body. It is horrific. But anyway, so let's see what we have here. From this gate, and here you can see right in front of us is a person. I can't tell if that's a woman or not. The hair is kind of short, but there's what looks to be maybe a 4-year-old in their arms. So let's see what we've got here.
Kids are suffocating. They're throwing flashbangs.
All right, two things to note in that video, or I should say several things to note in that video. One, you saw what couldn't have been more than a 1.5-year-old baby in the arms of a woman crouching by some type of a barrier as the Taliban were firing rounds, again, over people's heads. And you just heard the person filming this saying that the Taliban were throwing flashbangs into the crowd, so which means, of course, that the Taliban have gotten into the police armories and military armories, because that's, I'm sure, the Taliban were not walking around with flashbang grenades. That's a specialized piece of equipment. It's sometimes used for crowd control, but they're mainly used to disorient someone when you break into a small environment. A flashbang is incredibly loud and incredibly bright, and it deafens you and blinds you if it goes off within 10-15 feet of you. They're not normally equipped with any type of shrapnel, although we've heard that Capitol Police on January 6th were using flashbangs with rubber pellets in them, and that creates, obviously, impact damage. So the Taliban have gotten that equipment from military stores. The technique is normally you blow the door, either with some type of explosive device, a battering ram, or perhaps a specialized firearm that shoots a round that disintegrates the lock and the deadbolt. It is not normally like a slug or something like that, because those can ricochet and break apart and create shrapnel damage to the people around. Normally it's what's called a sintered round, and sintered is basically powdered metal. And there was a fad for a while of some ammo companies here in the U.S. selling sintered bullets, and they were supposed to be very safe but very effective because they could not go through anything. But they are not effective at all. They won't go through anything because they break apart immediately, but they have no penetrating damage at all. So they were called glacier safety slugs, and they were. Wait, I may be getting that wrong, because the glacier safety slug may have also been a different type. My memory is shot, of course, so forget I said that brand name. But there was a particular type of sintered round out there that once it was shown to be completely ineffective, it fell off the market immediately. But a lot of people bought them. Anyway, so the sintered round has such velocity that that powdered metal is able to disintegrate that section around the door frame and the lock to allow easy entry. So once the doors open, you toss in one or more flashbangs into the room immediately in front of you, to disorient anyone who is waiting, because the most dangerous place for anyone doing an entry is a doorway or a window, because that is a very small space where only one person can get through at a time, and you are exposed for a fraction of a second before you can get in and start moving. So you've got to get through that fast, therefore the flashbang. So the Taliban are using those. Another thing you may have seen, let me see if I can scrub through this and show you. There was a fairly good image. Let me see here. Let me get back further. Please bear with me as I do this. I want to show you this in detail. Okay, right here. Let me blow this up. This is the Taliban in what looks to be military gear. That is not tribal outfit. That is military equipment. Maybe some of you have seen Taliban holding black rifles which are immediately distinguishable from AK-47s, because AK-47s, and they also use other variants of the AK, they have wood, what they call wood furniture in the parlance. The part under the barrel and the buttstock are made of wood. Of course, American and other high-tech armament use types of high-impact plastic in those areas. But I've seen many pictures of Taliban holding very, very high-end modern rifles. I've seen a couple of them already that have what are called Trigicon ACOGs. And a ACOG is basically the Advanced Combat Optic. I can never remember what the G stands for. But I have one. I've had it since the late 90s. And it is the best tactical sight as far as slight magnification with wide field of view that you can get. There are other popular types of tactical sights called red dots or holographic sights that put either a small red reticle, basically a dot on the target, or it's more of a bullseye with ranging marks on it. Those are the more expensive ones. Those are the EOTechs, and then the red dots are most popular. At least at one time, were made by Aimpoint, and I have a military grade Aimpoint on another rifle that my dad has at the moment, and I can't wait to get back. But anyway, I've seen a number of Taliban with rifles with an ACOG on it. In fact, I saw one of them with an ACOG inside what's known as a bikini, which is nothing more than a dust cover. It's called a bikini because it stretches over the top of the device. These are rather long. They look like a misshapen telescope. And they also have what you would look very unfamiliar to you is some kind of a rod stretched over the top, somewhat diagonally from the front to the back. That is a light gathering fiber optic. The way the ACOG is designed is there are several different reticles or aiming points that Trigicon has designed. One is triangle and one is a circle with inner rings. Same with the triangle, and those rings are used for marking your distance. If something is within, say, 25 meters, you use this part. If something is further out, you use this part, and you use it as gradations for distance. And then there is a long distance marker at the bottom that has ranging marks on it that I don't need to go into. So what that fiber optic does is during any type of bright or somewhat bright light, it collects that light and transmits it to the reticle, thereby making it very bright without the need for batteries. That's the thing with an ACOG or an EOTech. They use batteries. Now, that the most advanced of those, especially the most advanced aim points, the battery can last for years. In fact, there's one model of the aim point out now where if you leave the battery on any of the lower settings, and it has about 10 different brightness settings, but if you leave it on any of the bottom 3 lower settings, and people leave aim points on all the time, it happens all the time. But that battery won't go dead for 3 years at any of those 3 lowest settings. In the higher settings, it may last a little less than a year, but still incredibly long battery life. So if you remember to only use it when you're up, then it lasts forever. And there are a number of items out there that you can add to a rifle that allows you to hold extra batteries. Although the last thing you want to have to do is change a battery in the middle of a situation, which is another reason I like the ACOG, because also at night the Trigicon system uses a tritium lamp, they call it, and it is actually a small amount of radioactive tritium that lets off radiation at a completely medically threatening amount. No way you could get hurt by it. The metal of the system shields you anyway. But that little bit of radiation in low light or dark conditions also lights the reticle. So it is useful no matter what the lighting conditions, with no need for a battery. Now the tritium lamp will slowly lose effectiveness over time. The normal life for one is about 10 years. Mine lasted 12 years, and I needed to have it replaced, but it was in the middle of the big push when Obama sent in 100,000 troops to Afghanistan, and Trijicon was working 7 days a week, 3 shifts a day for the first time ever to produce these for the military. And is an extremely popular military optic. It's pretty much the standard for American optics at this point in time for battle rifles. And obviously for any type of long-range rifle, you would use a scope, not an ACOG. The ACOGs have a magnification value of anywhere from 1.5 to 3 times normal power. Mine is at 1.5, so it gives you a bit of a magnification, but it doesn't blow the image up so much that your tracking is degraded. Because the higher the magnification, the harder it is to track a target because your angle of view is so small. Anyway, so that tritium lamp lasted 12 years, and if I had sent it in at that time, it would have taken up to 3 months to get it back, and it would have cost me almost half as much as what I paid for it, because again, supply and demand. So I waited until after the surge, and things calmed down, and they caught up with production, and I was able to get it replaced within about 10 days for $45. Whereas before it would have cost me over $300. So it shows you what happens during wartime. But it is the best optic I've ever used for a battle rifle. I do like the aim point. It has its usefulness as well. The nice thing about the aim point is that you can set it up to where it's what they call co-located, which means you can set it to where hang on a second, let me check on the president. Yeah, you can set it up to where it is marked at the exact same spot as your sights, your iron sights, they call them, the metal sights that you would normally use. You have to have a slightly different style of sight, say on an AR-15, than you normally would, because it doesn't work with that carry handle sight. But there are other sights you can use where it works just fine. Very easy to install on any type of AR-15 produced in the last 20 years. So that way, if it burns out, there's no need to move your eyes. You're already looking down your sights, so you're fine. Whereas with the ACOG, if there's a problem, normally you have to take it off. There is a mount for the ACOG that allows you to see underneath it, but the height of the scope above the stock is such that your cheek is no longer in contact with the stock, and so your security of aim is degraded. Whereas with the flat plate mount for the ACOG, you're right in line with your normal line of sight with your cheek on the stock. So you have the best possible aiming capability, and also the best reaction to recoil. You want as many body parts on a rifle as you can in order to keep it steady. But the one that I have, it uses a single lever to put it on and put it off, and it always goes right back into alignment. If I take it off, leave it off for a week, put it back on, it's exactly lined up with where it was before, so I don't have to recalibrate it. But if for any reason that sight gets broken, goes dead, whatever, and I can't use it, it takes me about 15 seconds to take it off, bring up the iron sights, and get back in the fight. So it is not the best case scenario, but it is a trade-off I decided to make. I originally had the high mount, and I decided to go with the flat mount. I'm much happier with it. But anyway, so there is a lot of military equipment already showing up in the hands of the Taliban, and it's very, very obvious that it came from Afghan military or U.S. military depots. There's no doubt about it. There's no way the Taliban had this stuff. No way at all. All right, let's continue with the story. Oh, yeah. Hey, Doug. Hey, Doug. Hey, LB. No, you are not demented if you eat ice cream, but if you live on it, then that may say something about you. And it also may make you a very bad candidate for COVID. But I've seen pictures of you, and you look like you're in excellent shape, so no problems there. But yeah, Dog, I'm sorry I missed your chat. I've been so busy in my own mind. But I'm waiting for the president to come on to give his remarks regarding the evacuation at this point in time. So let me continue with the story that I started a half hour ago. Okay, continue. And again, this is quoting NBC News. The Taliban checkpoints are designed to screen for American and coalition allies that the Taliban is reportedly arresting. As the Daily Wire has noted previously, Taliban forces are also going door to door looking for those who worked with U.S.-led forces and arresting them. Quoting NBC, the Taliban are going door to door and screening names at Kabul checkpoints as they hunt for people who worked with U.S.-led forces or the previous Afghan government, according to an intelligence report submitted to the UN. The report, compiled by a Norwegian intelligence group and sent to NBC News, cast further doubt on the militant group's claims of a general amnesty in the wake of their takeover. Also quoting, striking images earlier this week also showed a bloody woman and a child apparently beaten by Taliban fighters outside the capital's airport, despite the group's earlier assurances of safe passage for those wishing and able to flee. The BBC said Friday, based on a similar report, that the UN is concerned that the Taliban may be preparing for a mass execution, that's a quote, following news that they murdered a member of Deutsche Welle's journalist family while hunting for the reporter. Holy shit, I hadn't heard about that. Their family. Let me read that again. The BBC said Friday, based on a similar report, that the United Nations is concerned that the Taliban may be preparing for a, quote, mass execution following news that they murdered a member of a Deutsche Welle's journalist family while hunting for the reporter. So it's not the reporter, it seems, whom they're still looking for. They wiped out the journalist's family. And this is a German outlet. I'm not familiar with Deutsche Welles, and I certainly don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. But, oh my God. Oh my God. Continuing. National security reporter Sasha Ingber, who reported early Friday morning that Americans were, quote, beaten throughout the night, unquote, by the Taliban as they attempted to go through the gates at Kabul airport, noted that the Biden administration is continuing to say that, again quoting, Americans are not being impeded as they travel to the Kabul airport, close quote, and that no Americans have been harmed. Ingber noted, quote, what I'm hearing suggests otherwise. Americans have been injured and stopped from boarding planes. Okay, now let me make a note. There have been a number of reports coming out saying that planes leaving the airport, Ahmad Karzai Airport, are often barely half full, many times around 60% full. I understand that there was an aircraft that left it was either yesterday or the day before that only had a handful of people on it. There were more crew members on the aircraft than there were passengers. The thing is, though, they have to get those planes out. They're constantly moving aircraft in and out of the airport, so you can't just sit there and wait until it's full and then leave. This is a situation kind of like the Berlin airlift. Initially, you may or may not know, the Berlin airlift was a response to the Soviets cutting off supplies to West Berlin because for some idiotic reason, the Allies, as they were carving up Europe, gave the Soviets control of all the roads around Berlin. And Berlin is built in a circle. and then roads feed into it from all sides. And the Soviets had access or control of all of those roads. So they shut them all down, meaning no supplies could get into Berlin. And it was winter. And of course, it gets very cold in Germany in the winter. And people needed coal to heat their homes. And they needed coal for power plants to provide electricity. And they were also short on milk and flour, basically any type of consumable. The Berlin ran out in days. So a aerial convoy was started because we did have control of the airport. And back then, the biggest cargo plane was basically a C-47, also in commercial parlance, a DC-3, a twin-engine aircraft that can carry about 30, 35 people on a good day. But they had cargo versions that the Allies used. The British referred to them as Dakotas. And that was one of the main aircraft used during the Allied invasion of Normandy for paratroopers. And they were outfitted for paratroop troops to jump out of. But there was a cargo conversion for the C-47, and they would fill them with coal or milk or whatever, take off from Great Britain, because DC-3 does not have that great of a range, maybe 500 miles, somewhere in there, 600 miles, I'm sorry, more like 350. And they'd take off from Great Britain, fly into Berlin, and then unload and then fly back. The thing is, though, another thing with European weather, especially in Germany, is it can get very cloudy and very foggy. And there was no such thing as instrument approaches back then where you could come in without being able to see the runway as there is now. I mean, when I was trained as an IFR pilot, instrument flight rules, I could fly into an airport where the visibility was a half mile at minimum, or a quarter mile, I should say, at minimum, and the cloud deck could be as low as 200 feet. And I could fly in safely and land. And I did several times in very bad weather. But they call it the minimums. You can't try to land if they're worse than that. But there are new approaches, GPS approaches, and there are also very high fidelity radio wave approaches. And also aircraft have what is known as auto land, where if the airport is equipped with the proper equipment, you can just set the dials and tune in the particular airport in your database, and that sucker will plant itself on the ground and automatically brake to a stop. But back then, all you could do was, if you could see the runway, you could land. Otherwise, you were screwed. So initially, planes were taking off, going into Berlin, and they couldn't get in because of weather, often for more than a day. And people weren't getting supplied. So there were gaps in the deliveries. So then they devised basically the chain system, where aircraft would be loaded up and then take off at 5-minute intervals from Great Britain, fly to Berlin, and if they could see the runway, they would land. If they couldn't see the runway, they would just keep flying and turn back, go back to Great Britain, refuel, and go and start over again. So they had a continuous line of aircraft going into Berlin. And if the weather opened up within a 5-minute window, boom, you were on the ground and you got stuff off. And that worked very well. And we were able to completely supply Berlin by air. And the Soviets finally gave up. They realized that the cordon was not going to work. The Allies were not going to turn over all of Berlin to them. And then they started building the Berlin Wall to wall off East Berlin from West Berlin. And that's a whole nother story. But that is an idea of cargo operations. And so you guys basically got the same thing going on in Afghanistan. You can only have so many planes on the ground at one time. And if an aircraft takes off and takes people with them and needs to come back, they've got to have a space to come back to. So aircraft are constantly leaving as well as coming in. And as that is, some of them are going off with only 50, 60% capacity being used. Of course, we all saw the image of the C-17 cargo plane from the U.S. Air Force, loaded with anywhere from 650 to 800 people, almost exclusively Afghanis, and almost exclusively male. If you take a close look at that picture, and it's all over the internet, you can find it in a second, try to count the number of women and children within a range of the resolution of the camera before you can't make out faces that well anymore. The last time I looked, I counted about 5 women and 2 children near the front of the picture, which would be the back of the aircraft, because that picture was taken by the loadmaster. That aircraft is designed to carry about 300 people. And normally, regulations around the world are you can't have a person in the aircraft and move at all unless they are belted in. I'm sure you've all flown on jetliners where the first thing they make you do is put on your seatbelt. And that is a hard and fast rule. If you ever look at Air Force transport, normally what you will see is a row of web or canvas seats with metal frames from the front to the back on either side of the aircraft. And people are belted in and you're flying sideways. That's the way it is on the C-130s. That's the way it is on the C-17. That's the way it is on the C-5 Galaxies. Although the C-5 Galaxy also has an upper area above the rear of the cargo deck that's actually a second level that has seats as well. And for the craziest reason, they face backwards. I've never heard anyone explain to me why that is, but they face backwards. So a lot of people don't know that about the C-5. It has a second deck for passengers. I've flown in a C-130 as a civilian. I've never been in the military. Unfortunately, I tried, but I failed the medical. Very, very disappointed about that. But I have been on a C-130, and those seats are not very comfortable. And those things fly for hours and hours and hours. C-130s go across the ocean. They can refuel and fly.
Good afternoon.
Here we go.
I've just met with the Vice President, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, and National Security Advisor Sullivan.
Oh, crap. Sorry.
Citizens, third country civilians, Afghan allies, and vulnerable Afghans. And I want to provide the American people with a brief update on the situation in Afghanistan. Since I spoke to you on Monday, we've made significant progress. We've secured the airport, enabling flights to resume, not just military flights, but civilian charters from other countries, and the NGOs taking out civilians and vulnerable Afghanis. And now we have almost 6,000 troops on the ground, including the 82nd Airborne, providing runway security, the Army 10th Mountain Division standing guard around the airport, and the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit assisting the civilian departure. This is one of the largest, most difficult airlifts in history, and the only country in the world capable of projecting this much power on the far side of the world with this degree of precision is the United States of America.
Britain's doing a better job.
We've already
than we are,
evacuated more than
asshole.
18,000 people since July and approximately 13,000 since our military airlift began on August the 14th.
How many American citizens?
Thousands more have been evacuated on private charter flights facilitated by the U.S. government. These numbers include American citizens and permanent residents, as well as their families. It includes SIV applicants and their families, those Afghans who have worked alongside us, served alongside of us, gone into combat with us, and provided invaluable assistance to us, such as translators and interpreters. The United States stands by its commitment that we've made to these people, and it includes other vulnerable Afghans, such as women leaders and journalists. In fact, working in close coordination with the management of the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, we have successfully evacuated all 204 of their employees in Afghanistan on U.S. military aircraft earlier this week. We've established the flow of flights, and we've increased the number of people we're moving out of the country. We paused flights in Kabul a few hours this morning to make sure we could process the arriving evacuees at the transit points. But our commander in Kabul has already given the order for outbound flights to resume. Even with the pause, we've moved out 5,700 evacuees yesterday, and we're working on a variety to verify that number of the Americans are still in country as we work on this, because don't have the exact number of people who are Americans who are there, and those who may have come home to the United States. We want to get a strong number as to exactly how many people are there, how many American citizens, and where they are. Just yesterday, among the many Americans we evacuated, there were 169 Americans who we got over the wall into the airport using military assets. We're also facilitating flights for our allies and our partners, and working in close operational coordination with NATO on this evacuation. For example, we provided overwatch for the French convoy bringing hundreds of their people from the French embassy to the airport. These operations are going to continue over the coming days before we complete our drawdown. We're going to do everything that we can to provide safe evacuation for our Afghan allies, partners, and Afghans who might be targeted because of their association with the United States. But let me be clear. Any American who wants to come home, we will get you home. But make no mistake, this evacuation mission is dangerous. It involves risks to our armed forces, and it's being conducted under difficult circumstances. I cannot promise what the final outcome will be, or what it will be, that it will be without risk of loss. But as Commander-in-Chief, I can assure you that I will mobilize every resource necessary. And as an American, I offer my gratitude to the brave men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces who are carrying out this mission. They're incredible. And as we continue to work the logistics of evacuation, we're in constant contact with the Taliban, working to ensure civilians have safe passage to the airport. We are particularly focused on our engagements on making sure every American who wants to leave can get to the airport. Where we have been seeing challenges with Americans, for Americans, we have thus far been able to resolve them. We've made clear to the Taliban that any attack on our forces or disruption of our operations at the airport will be met with swift and forceful response. We're also keeping a close watch on any potential terrorist threat at or around the airport, including from the ISIS affiliates in Afghanistan who were released from prison when the prisons were emptied. And because they are, by the way, and make everybody understand that the ISIS in Afghanistan have been the sworn enemy of the Taliban. I've said all along, we're going to retain a laser focus on our counterterrorism mission, working in close coordination with our allies and our partners, and all those who have an interest in ensuring stability in the region. Secretary Blinken, who's with me today, met this morning with our NATO allies in consultation about the way forward, so that Afghanistan cannot be used in the future as a terrorist base to attack the United States or our allies. For 20 years, Afghanistan has been a joint effort with our NATO allies. We went in together, and we're leaving together. And now we're working together to bring our people and our Afghan partners to safety. In the past few days, I've also spoken directly with the British Prime Minister, Mr. Johnson, Chancellor Merkel of Germany, and President Macron of France. We all agreed that we should convene, and we will convene, the G7 meeting next week.
Next week?
A group of the world's leading democracies, so that together we can coordinate our mutual approach, our united approach on Afghanistan and moving forward.
Why didn't we do that already?
We are united with our closest partners to execute the mission at hand. We've also discussed the need to work with the international community to provide humanitarian assistance, such as food aid and medical care for refugees who have crossed into neighboring countries to escape the Taliban, and to bring international pressure on the Taliban with respect to the treatment of Afghan people overall, but including Afghan, particularly women and girls. The past week has been heartbreaking. We've seen gut-wrenching images of panicked people acting out of sheer desperation. You know, it's completely understandable. They're frightened, they're sad, uncertain what happens next. I don't think any one of us can see these pictures and not feel that pain on a human level. Now we have a mission to complete in Afghanistan. It's an incredibly difficult and dangerous operation for our military. We have almost 6,000 of America's finest fighting men and women at the Kabul airport. And we're putting their lives on the line, and they're doing it in a dangerous place to save other Americans, our Afghan allies, and citizens of our allies who went in with us. You know, I talk to our commanders on the ground there every single day, as I just did an hour or so ago. And I made it clear to them that we'll get them whatever they need to do the job. They're performing to the highest standard under extraordinarily difficult and dynamic circumstances. Our NATO allies are strongly standing with us, their troops keeping sentry alongside ours in Kabul, as is the case whenever I deploy our troops into harm's way. I take that responsibility seriously. I carry that burden every day, just as I did when I was vice president and my son was deployed to Iraq for a year. There'll be plenty of time to criticize and second guess when this operation is over. But now, I'm focused on getting this job done. I would ask every American to join me in praying for the women and men risking their lives on the ground in the service of our nation. As events evolve over the coming days, my team and I will continue to share the information and update the American people on exactly where things are. We'll use every resource necessary to carry out the mission at hand and bring to safety American citizens and our Afghan allies. This is our focus now. And when this is finished, we will complete our military withdrawal and finally bring to an end 20 years of American military action in Afghanistan. Thank you, and may God bless our troops and our diplomats and all those serving in harm's way. And now I'll take questions. AP, Zeke Miller.
Okay, real quickly. Scripted questions. He's calling on them in order. He has a list. Is anybody surprised?
Afghanistan, but you also promised not to help to bring out those who helped America in its war effort. We've seen these heart-wrenching images at the Kabul airport of people trying to get there, say nothing of the people who can't get to that airport. You made the commitment to get American troops out, to get American citizens out. Will you make the same commitment to those who assisted in the American war effort over the last 20 years, number one? And then number two, what is your message to America's partners around the world who have criticized not the withdrawal, but the conduct of that withdrawal and made them question America's credibility on the world stage?
I have seen no question of our credibility from our allies around the world.
Liar!
I've spoken with our NATO allies. We've spoken with NATO allies, the Secretary of State. Our national security advisor has been in contact with his counterparts throughout the world and our allies, as has the general, I keep calling him a general, but my Secretary of Defense.
Real quickly, did anyone see the speech from the British member of Parliament, the guy who's the head of their Armed Forces Committee yesterday? He gave one of the most impassioned speeches from the British Parliament I have ever seen. He's a veteran. He was in Afghanistan. He's seen people die. And he lit into Biden. Lit into him. I was crying with the passion in that guy's voice. I know I cry at the drop of the hat, but he absolutely moved me. He got a standing ovation from everyone in that room. And Biden says he hasn't heard a word of criticism. I have heard criticism from NATO general after NATO prime minister or NATO minister many times just in the last 2 days. They have pointed out that Biden did not tell them his plans. They had no idea that we were leaving Bagram in the middle of the night. No idea whatsoever. None. And he's saying he hasn't gotten any criticism?
The fact of the matter is, I have not seen that. As a matter of fact, the exact opposite I've gotten. The exact opposite thing is we're acting with dispatch. We're acting, committing to what we said we would do. Look, let's put this thing in perspective here. What interest do we have in Afghanistan at this point with al-Qaeda gone? We went to Afghanistan for the express purpose of getting rid of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, as well as getting Osama bin Laden. And we did. Imagine, just imagine.
And you said not to go after him.
That attack, if bin Laden had decided with al-Qaeda to launch an attack from Yemen, would we ever gone to Afghanistan? Would there ever be any reason we'd be in Afghanistan? Controlled by the Taliban? What is the national interest of the United States in that circumstance?
Wait, what the hell does that have to...
We went and did the mission. You've known my position for a long, long time. It's time to end this war. The estimates of the cost of this war over the last 20 years range from a minimum of $1 trillion to a think tank at one of the universities saying $2 trillion. That's somewhere between $150 million a day and $300 million a day. The threat from terrorism has metastasized. There's a greater danger from ISIS and al-Qaeda and all these affiliates in other countries by far than there is from Afghanistan. And we're going to
and you have created a vacuum allowing them to fill it. You have created the exact conditions from 20 years ago that allowed al-Qaeda to launch the attacks on America. It is exactly the same situation now as it was then. How, and what is this crap about if it had come from Yemen, would we have gone into Afghanistan? What the hell does that even mean? It didn't come from Yemen. It came from Afghanistan. And you know what? We've got troops in Yemen, and we've got troops in Syria, and we've got troops in Africa. Fighting. Dying. He told George Stephanopoulos that we didn't have troops in Syria. We've had troops in Syria for, I think, 10 years. When he was vice president, we put him in there. My God, this man is a walking contradiction, if not a complete buffoon. Complete buffoon. And it's interesting how Kamala got back from Vietnam so fast. I'm sure she was hoping to hide for a week, but they flew her back real fast. But again, that guy on Biden's left is Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. He's the guy who's been in charge of such things as letting China berate us for our problems with racism and human rights on American soil. That's the first thing he did, was sit there and listen to Chinese ministers berate America for 20 minutes when their time was supposed to be 5 minutes. They just went on and on and on, and Blinken and his lackeys and that woman with twin-colored hair sat there and just took it. Anyone else with a spine would have walked out of that room after the first minute. But he just let it happen on American soil. And he has done nothing of anything to redeem himself since then. Not a thing. This guy wanted to be a pop star. He wanted to be a pop star. There's an album out with his name on it. He's on the photo cover of the CD. He called himself Tony Blinken back then. And now he's Secretary of State? It's like, what's his name, becoming National Security Advisor under Obama. The guy was a failed novelist and a bus driver on the campaign. And then he was National Security Advisor. I can't remember his name now. Complete loser. These are the people Biden's surrounding himself with. This is why I didn't cover the confirmation hearings because I knew they were all complete morons, if not bomb throwers and diversity hires. Electric Dog says, only this time it will be their version of a Hitler unleashed on the Muslim world. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Retain an over-the-horizon capability that if they were to
Over the horizon. I told you to say it. I told you to say it.
come back to be able to take them out, surgically move. So this is where we should be. This is about America leading the world, and all our allies have agreed with that. And by the way, before I made this decision, I was at the G7 as well as met with our NATO partners. And I told them all, every one of them knew and agreed with the decision I made to jointly end our involvement in Afghanistan.
It's not that you ended the war. Trump ended the war. He's the one who negotiated the withdrawal with the Taliban. You're the one who broke the deal, gave the Taliban carte blanche to start taking over territory, and just sat there and watch it happen. You can't have over-the-horizon capability to take out targets when they're not concentrated. And how are we going to get that air power there? Because we don't have the capability to get anything there within any reasonable amount of time. The fastest response we can muster right now is 4 to 6 hours. The fastest response. And that's if we can see the target. The Taliban is not going to create another Bagram Air Force Base. They don't have to. They've got it. We gave it to them. We gave them all the military installations. Are you going to start bombing those? If you do that, then why did you bother pulling troops out? We hadn't had an American death since February of 2020. Okay, pull them out, fine. But don't pull the military out before any of the civilians. And then let the Taliban run over the country and not do anything about it. And take away all air support from the Afghan Defense Forces, who were directly taught by American advisors, get in close contact with the enemy, hold your position, and call in air power. That is our doctrine. It's been our doctrine for 15, 20 years. And, 20 or more years. And that's what we taught the Afghanis how to do. And you refused to let any contractors back in the country to maintain their Air Force. So within a week, everything was grounded. How are they supposed to fight when you take away their main weapon? And you stopped paying them. You cut off the pay, and they were very well paid. So you took away their chief method of attack, and you took away their pay. Who the hell fights under those conditions? Yet you have blamed them time and time again. Everyone in your circle, from Department of State, Department of Defense, has blamed the Afghan military for a situation that you directly caused. Once again, no one is saying you shouldn't have pulled out in any major way. The vast majority of Americans have said we want out of Afghanistan. NATO wanted out of Afghanistan. But this is the absolute worst case scenario. I just read a story from the Daily Wire, reported by NBC News, that Americans are being attacked at the airport checkpoints and driven back. Their papers are being stolen. I just played 2 videos of Taliban firing 100+ rounds over the heads of people gathered around those checkpoints, beating them with whatever they have handy, whipping them, pointed sticks. I've heard of a number of just handheld weapons being used to bloody women holding babies. They're literally going door to door, killing people who had any relation with the government or the military. And you're talking about how great you are for getting us out? No, you don't get a victory lap. You don't get a victory lap. We have literal hostages in that country. Because of you, you don't get a victory lap.
The first part of your question was, I can't remember now.
Would you commit to the same commitment? Would you make the same commitment to bring out Afghans who assisted in the war effort?
Yes, we're making the same commitment. There's no one more important than bringing American citizens out. I acknowledge that. But they're equally important almost is all those SIVs, we call them, who in fact helped us. They were translators. They went into battle with us. They were part of the operation. As well as we're also trying to get out as many NGOs, non-government organizations, women's organizations, et cetera. We're doing all we can. In the meantime, Secretary Blinken and I am going to be working with our allies to see to it that we can bring international pressure on the Taliban they're looking to gain some legitimacy. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to maintain that country. And there's going to be...
They maintained it just fine without American support before. China is already on the ground there. Russia is still in there. Their embassy's never closed. Iran's coming in. Pakistan's coming in. They don't need the international community. They've already got an international community, you moron, you demented freak. The Taliban doesn't give a damn about international reputation. They never have. What makes you think they've suddenly evolved? This is the same line that your administration under Obama used to make Americans think that Iran was going to be governed by moderates. Therefore, it was in our best interest to make a deal with them. And we have been told by the guy who came up with that it was a complete and utter lie, and he was fascinated by how young, idiotic reporters would buy everything he told them, not do any fact-checking, and just write the stories directly off his plate. And you're doing it again. You're doing it again. No one's buying it. No one's buying it.
Harsh conditions, strong conditions we're going to apply, and it will depend on whether they get help based on whether or not how and well they treat women and girls, how they treat their citizens. So this is just beginning in that score.
Stay past the 31st to make that happen, to bring all the Americans out, to bring those SIVs out?
I think we can get it done by then, but we're going to make that judgment as we go. Now, Justin Sink of Bloomberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just said that you would keep a laser focus on counterterrorism efforts, and that you don't see as great of a threat of terrorism from Afghanistan as other parts of the world. But if you and your administration so badly misassessed how quickly the Taliban would sweep through Afghanistan, and we no longer have an embassy there from which to run intelligence operations, how can you at all be confident of your assessment of the risk of terrorism and the ability of the U.S. to conduct over-the-horizon missions to keep it in check? Can you tell Americans that they're safe and will remain safe from terror attacks in Afghanistan?
I think you're comparing apples and oranges.
Liar.
One question was whether or not the Afghan forces we trained up would stay and fight in their own civil war they had going on.
It wasn't a civil war.
No one, I shouldn't say no one, the consensus was that it was highly unlikely that in 11 days they'd collapse and fall and the leader of Afghanistan would flee the country. That's a very different question than whether or not there is the ability to observe whether or not large groups of terrorists begin to accumulate in a particular area in Afghanistan to plot against the United States of America. That's why we retained an over-the-horizon capability to go in and do something about that if that occurs. But in the meantime, we know what's happened around the world. We know what's happening in terms of what's going on in other countries where there is a significant rise of terrorist organizations in the Middle East, in East Africa, and other places. And so the bottom line is we're dealing with those terrorist threats from other parts of the world and failed states without permanent military presence there. We have to do the same in Afghanistan.
That's a complete lie. That is a complete and utter lie. I just said we've got troops in Yemen, in Syria, and Africa. Al-Shabaab, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the PRK. We've got troops in Turkey, technically a NATO ally, but there's terrorism coming out of there. We got kicked out of Pakistan, which is our closest bases to operate out of, into Afghanistan. Those are gone. And I don't think Tajikistan is going to let us build a drone base there. This over-the-horizon stuff is just crap. It means nothing. It means nothing. They don't even have to gather in large numbers. They can communicate electronically. We've given them state-of-the-art scramble communications. Encrypted communications. They have access to all of it. You'd have to break U.S. encryption in order to listen in on them now. The most advanced encryption system for communication in the world. And now you've got to break it to listen in on them. No, dog, please, don't get into this live thing, please. I do it my way. I appreciate your input, but please don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I don't need it.
Sir, just on that initial assessment, we learned over the last 24 hours that there was a dissent cable from the State Department.
Sure.
Saying that the Taliban would come faster through Afghanistan. Can you say why, after that cable was issued, the U.S. didn't do more to get Americans
got
out?
All kinds of cables, all kinds of advice. If you notice, it ranged from this group saying that they didn't say it'd fall when it would fall, when it did fall, but saying that it would fall, to others saying it wouldn't happen for a long time and they'd be able to sustain themselves through the end of the year. I made the decision. The buck stops with me.
So why didn't you pay attention to the people with the worst case scenario? Why did you go with the best case scenario? That makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. You took the this will never happen side of the story, as opposed to saying, you know what, we can't afford to wait in case it does go south, like people are saying. Maybe we should move things up. And again, why did you move the military out before the civilians? And why was the embassy the first to leave? They are the last to leave. That's the only place people can go for a safe haven. They may have been able to get to the embassy. We had troops there. They could have created a perimeter. And they could have been choppered out of there, just like you choppered out the embassy personnel. Instead, all of the visas have been destroyed. The Taliban have access to thousands of records. Oh, God. This is just... the buck stops here. He just blamed the Afghan military and the Afghan government. Not 2 minutes ago, he blamed the Afghan military and the Afghan government, and now he's saying the buck stops here. This man is just unbelievable. And I just used that word for the first time in something like 10 months.
I took the consensus opinion. The consensus opinion was that, in fact, it would not occur, if it occurred, until later in the year. So
you said there was no consensus opinion. You just said that.
It was my decision. Now, my next is Stephanie Ramos, ABC.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. The military has secured the airport, as you mentioned, but will you sign off on sending U.S. troops into Kabul to evacuate Americans who haven't been able to get to the airport safely?
We have no indication that they haven't been able to get in Kabul through the airport. We've made it.
Liar! I just read a story from NBC News.
An agreement with the Taliban thus far. They've allowed them to go through. It's in their interest for them to go through. So we know of no circumstance where American citizens are carrying an American passport are trying to get through to the airport. But we will do whatever needs to be done to see to it they get to the airport.
And one more, Mr. President. Last month, my colleague Martha Raddatz interviewed Abdul. an interpreter who was on the front lines with U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Overnight, we received a photo of Taliban militants coming to the door of his home, literally hunting him down. Thankfully, he was able to escape, but he is obviously still in mortal danger. What would be your message to Abdul, his wife, and his 3 young daughters?
We want you to be able to get to the airport. Contact us. We'll see whatever we can do to get you there. We've got to get you out.
Oh, God.
We are committed to deal with you, your wife, and your child, to get all 3 of you out of Afghanistan. That's the commitment.
Your commitment is to make him go to the airport? They're going to check his ID, you moron. They know who he is. Plus his wife, plus his 3 kids. They came to his freaking door. And you want him to walk through the city and present himself to a checkpoint commanded by the Taliban and expect them to let him through? This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. We're committed to getting everyone out. If they'll walk to the airport, if the Taliban will let them through, then we'll get them out. God.
Thank you, sir.
Meredith Lee of PBS NewsHour.
You mentioned just now using every resource available for evacuations. Why haven't you ordered the military to expand the security perimeter around the Kabul airport? Do you have any plans to do so, given that will likely require more U.S. troops? And are you considering rescue operations to recover Americans and Afghan allies stuck behind Taliban checkpoints?
The answer is yes to the last question. We're considering every opportunity and every means by which we could get folks to the airport. That's number one. Number 2, the reason why we have not gone out and started and set up a perimeter way outside the airport in Kabul is that it's likely to draw an awful lot of unintended consequences in terms of people who, in fact, are not part of the Taliban. We've been in constant contact with the Taliban leadership on the ground in Kabul, as well as the Taliban leadership at Daho. And we've been coordinating what we were doing. That's why we were able, for example, how we got all of our embassy personnel out, how we got everyone out of the embassy safely. That was the distance. That's how we helped get the French out and out of their embassy. So the question remains, there will be judgments made on the ground by the military commanders at the moment, and that I cannot second guess each of those judgments to be made. But the idea of, again, let me get back to the fundamental point I made at the outset. When the decision was made by me that, and it was made some time ago, and I ran 4 presidents saying I wanted to get us out of Afghanistan.
Something Trump had already done.
One of the things that is a reality is people now say to me and to others, and many of you say it on air, that why did we have to move because no Americans are being attacked? Why did we withdraw those, why did we agree to withdraw 2,500 troops? No Americans are being attacked. As I said before, the reason they weren't being attacked was part of an agreement that Trump had made a year earlier. We will leave by May 1st, he said, as long as there's no attack on Americans in that year period.
And any advances by the Taliban into territories controlled by the Afghan government. That was also part of the deal. And Trump said if they did that, he would bomb them into smithereens, and the first thing he would bomb was the village of the guy leading to the Taliban. Direct quote. Direct quote.
Number one. Number two, the Taliban was taking large swaths of the countryside, north and south. None of the major areas, none of the major points of the capitals of each of these provinces, but they were all over the country. And the idea that if I had said on May the 2nd or 3rd, we are not leaving, we are staying, does anybody truly believe that I would not have had to put in significantly more American forces?
That's exactly what you did. That is exactly what you did. You got into office and said, screw May 1st, we're getting out September 11th, which is your first, that makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle moment. It made zero sense then why we would want to give the Taliban the country on September 11th, which you predicted in your conversation with George Stephanopoulos. You said that there was no way we could pull out without chaos. That's an exact quote. You saw it coming and you made the decision. But then you say you didn't expect it to collapse. But you absolutely said, we're getting out not on May 1st, but afterwards. I'm breaking the deal that Trump made with you. And that is a slap in the face to that culture. Your word is your bond. Your word is your bond. And you went back on our word as Americans and said to the Taliban, go for it. And you did nothing to stop it. Nothing. In fact, you made it worse by taking away the Afghan Defense Forces' ability to fight. That is what you did.
Send your sons, your daughters, like my son was sent to Iraq.
You just did that now. You just did that right now. You put 6,000 troops in. They're literally inches away from the Taliban. And as you said, a mass bomber could walk up with no problem whatsoever and just set off whatever. He could go right into a checkpoint. Again, you said ISIS or Al-Qaeda is the direct, or ISIS is the direct enemy of the Taliban. You might have actually said Al-Qaeda, which is a complete lie. It's the exact opposite. So you've created that situation. Plus a mass hostage situation. Because you didn't leave on May 1st. He did say Iraq. It's a good call. It's a good call, dog. He did say Iraq. In fact, speaking of Bo, thank you for mentioning that, dog. Speaking of Bo, during the George Stephanopoulos interview, ABC, turns out they cut out a big portion of it in a couple segments where Biden answered a question and made absolutely zero sense. And I heard one of those pieces last night on Tucker. The question was something along the lines of putting troops back into Afghanistan. And of course, Joe Biden brought up Bo. Whenever have you seen Joe Biden in trouble not bring up a dead relative? And he brings up Bo, but he says that Bo was a captain in the Army. Then he says he was in the Navy. And then he says he went to Afghanistan. And then he says he went to Iraq. And then the rest of the answer is completely unintelligible. Tucker read it word for word, and it made zero sense. So he can't remember which branch of the service his dearly dead son was in. And he also got his deployment wrong. Bo was in Kosovo and Iraq. He was never in Afghanistan. He can't even remember that. And ABC cut it out of the broadcast because they realized that it absolutely showed how completely dithered his brain is. There's more. I'm going to try to get to it after I'm done. The Daily Wire has, I think, the full transcript of the parts they cut out. Someone at ABC leaked the transcript of the video. I'm going to get to that after this is done. Scully asked, wasn't he a lawyer? I don't remember if he was a JAG in the military or not, Scully. but he was a lawyer. He probably was a JAG. Oh gosh, what JAG stand for? Something like Justice Advocate General. They are that's what they call the JAG, the military lawyers who enforce the Universal Code of Military Justice. They call them JAGs. I don't remember exactly what his role was, but I think he might have actually been in combat at one point, though. A lot of times, guys from quote unquote REMF jobs, rear echelon MFers, would sometimes be told to grab a rifle and protect the perimeter or things like that when there were attacks. So he may have actually been in a combat situation or two. You're right. He was a lawyer. You're definitely right. And he was Attorney General of Delaware when he died of brain cancer, and they were grooming him for governor. Remember, AG stands for almost governor. It is the stepping stone to becoming governor of a state quite often. Look at Letitia James. She's been gunning for Cuomo's job since she took office. Yeah, she said she was going after Trump and going to put him in jail. Swing and a miss, Letitia. But she had her eyes on Cuomo from the very beginning. Very beginning.
To maybe die? And for what? For what? So the only rational thing to do, in my view, was to set up and pre-position American forces for the purpose of evacuation, and the aircraft to pre-position those ahead of time so that we would be able to begin the process of evacuation of American citizens, SIVs, and others who helped us.
You did not prepare an evacuation. You did not prepare an evacuation. This is an ad hoc, spur of the moment, whatever descriptive you want to use for something that happened in an emergency situation. You planned nothing. Nothing. You just put troops on planes and left. You left behind billions of dollars of equipment, including highly advanced drones that are being directly copied right now by Pakistan, Iran, and Russia. China already has the specs, I'm sure, but they don't. Black Hawk helicopters. Again, encrypted. I didn't even think of this till just now. All the encryption systems we left behind, the keys were left behind too. I guarantee it. Somewhere in an Afghan military base somewhere, encryption keys were left behind. Or just given to the Taliban outright. Which means we have to completely replace all of our encryption communications equipment with a new system, because now everybody has the key to decrypt it. This is just like what the FBI guy, I can never remember his name, who was a Soviet spy for 10, 15 years? That's one of the things he did. He gave away our encryption keys. And the Soviets were listening in on all of our military conversations. And now Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, they have that. We are deaf, dumb, and blind until Sperry or whomever can create a whole new communication system, and every piece of it out there has to be replaced. Every piece of it. We are deaf, dumb, and blind because of this. I never thought of that until just now.
The point I'll make is this. Look, if we had decided 15 years ago to leave Afghanistan, it would have been really difficult. If we decided 5 years ago, if we continued the war for another decade and tried to leave, there's no way in which you'd be able to leave Afghanistan without there being some of what you're seeing now.
Are you out of your damn mind? Yes, I just answered my own question. That's a complete fallacy. We have pulled out of war zones time and time again. You didn't even destroy the military equipment, you stupid shit. You just left it all behind. You walked away from Bagram in the middle of the night, cut the power, and left the Afghan Defense Forces completely and literally in the dark. You never told them we were leaving. You just silently slinked away, giving away a major asset. We could be doing twice as many flights right now, of course with half as many people because no one's getting through the lines, but we could be doing twice as many flights right now without interference from commercial aircraft if you had just kept Bagram for another 2 months. And another thing he keeps saying is that the Afghan government said, please don't pull everybody out because it'll create a crisis of faith. So since when do we take orders from the Afghan government, who we have been calling corrupt and a kleptocracy for over a decade? We have owned up time and time again that the Afghan government is corrupt, does not have the complete backing of the Afghani people. But now we're taking orders from them? Where was the consensus in that, Joe? Did Anthony Blinken tell you, well, we don't want to upset the Afghan president? So we better leave our people here while the Taliban is taking over the entire southern half of the country. But when it looks like we need to get out, let's make sure only the military gets out and we leave everybody else behind. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just a disaster. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. I didn't want to do this today because I knew I was going to get incredibly upset. But I have to do it. That's my job. I have to do this. Oh my God.
But what we've done so far is we've been able to get a large number of Americans out, all our personnel at the embassy out, and so on. And thank God, so far, knock on wood, we're in a different position.
Knock on wood? That's your answer? Knock on wood? That is a phrase I never expected to hear from the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces regarding a hostage situation. Knock on wood. And again, we are completely dependent upon the Taliban to let people through. For some reason, we sent people to get French reporters out of the country, but we're not sending people to get Americans out or Afghanis. We're just telling them, come to the airport, and in bold letters, at the bottom of that instruction, it says, the American government cannot guarantee your safety as you travel to the airport. That's almost word for word. But certainly the words, we cannot guarantee your safety, are at the top. And this guy says, knock on wood. Oh, my God.
Scott Detro. Scott.
And again, he's prepared list of people to call on. And he's called on ABC and PBS and the AP, all kind, left-wing, butt-kissing outlets. And even they are asking fairly tough questions. And every one of his answers is, we had to do it. And it's everybody else's fault, but the buck stops here. And even direct questions, he says, well, that's an apples and oranges comparison, when in fact it's the exact opposite. He doesn't even lie well.
NPR.
Yeah, NPR. Who said they wouldn't cover the Hunter Biden laptop from hell story last year because they didn't want to bother their listeners with frivolous stories or inconsequential stories. It's one of those verbs. That's NPR. I'm surprised that Michelle Cinder isn't in there. She's the butt kisser in chief. She's the one who let off a question at one of the pressers where she said, you know, everyone knows you to be a very kind and empathetic man. That was her lead to her question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to follow up on something you said a moment ago. You said that there's no circumstances where American citizens cannot get to the airport. That doesn't really square with the images we're seeing around the airport, with the reporting on the ground from our colleagues who are describing chaos and violence. Are you saying unequivocally that any American who wants to get to the airport is getting there and getting past the security barrier and to the planes where they want to go?
I thought the question was, how can they get through to the airport outside?
That's a lie. That's a lie. The question was, they're not getting through. God, he can't even,
the airport. And the answer is, to the best of our knowledge, the Taliban checkpoints, they are letting through people showing American passports. Now, that's a different question when they get into the rush and crowd of all the folks just outside the wall near the airport. That's why we had to, I guess, was it yesterday or the day before, we went over the wall and brought in, how many? 169 Americans. So it is a process to try to figure out how we deal with the mad rush of non-Americans, those who didn't help, those who were not on the priority list, just any Afghan to be able to get out of the country. And so my guess is that no matter what, under what circumstances there's not a whole lot of Afghanis, there's a whole lot of Afghanis that just as soon come to America, whether they're any involvement with the United States in the past at all, rather than stay under Taliban rule or any rule.
Taliban.
So what I was saying is that we have an agreement that they will let pass through the checkpoints that the Taliban control, let Americans through.
But given this, given the negotiations with the Taliban, the scenes that we're seeing, can you just fully explain why the plan wasn't to go ahead with these evacuations of both Americans and allies before the drawdowns began, before Bagram was closed, looking back several months? Because whether it was now or several months from now, there seems to be a broad consensus that the Taliban would make these gains and these would be needed at some point.
Well, yeah, at some point. But the point was that although we were in contact with the Taliban and Doha for this whole period of time, that some point wasn't expected to be the total demise of the Afghan National Force, which was 300 persons. Let's assume the Afghan...
300 persons. He just said the Afghan National Force is 300 persons. Wow. Wow. Trump did mix up million and billion every so often, but a factor of 1,000? That's saying something. That's saying something. Well, of course, factor between a million and billion is 1,000, so I'll back up a little bit. But 300 versus 300,000, that's a bit of a leap, Joe. That's a bit of a leap. And again, he's saying that we didn't see this coming, but at the same time, he says we had people saying it was going to happen soon. We had people saying it was going to happen in a few months, and we had people saying it was going to happen in a year. And he decided, well, let's just ignore the Taliban's gains. Let's not stop their approaches at all. Let's not at least bomb them. Let's take away all the Afghan forces' ability to fight. And let's leave everybody behind and just pull the military out. That's the best plan of action. Nothing will happen. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And National Force.
Look at Harris. She's got her eyes closed and she's got her head down. She realizes how much of a disaster this is. And she knows she's on the hook, too. Because Harris, not too long ago, said, I was the last person out of the room when we decided to pull out the troops. She owns this just as much as Biden does. Just as much. That is another millstone around her neck. Folks, she's going to be taking over as president. Sooner or later, she's taking over. And as I said the other day, she has zero mandate. Remember, she didn't even stay in the primaries long enough to be on a ballot. So she never even got one vote, much less one delegate. She quit the campaign in something like November of 2019 because she ran out of money. Her staff was upset with her, and one of her state coordinators let out a blistering letter as to how chaotic her campaign was and how horrible the conditions were to try and work with it. And we've heard the same reporting out of her office as vice president. She snaps, she makes bizarre decisions and expects everyone to comply with them and make them good at a moment's notice, like her trip to El Paso, her trip to the border, quote unquote, 1,000 miles away from the Del Rio, Rio Grande sector, where all the heavy illegal immigration is coming through. El Paso has a wall, folks. El Paso has a wall. That's why there was nothing there. But she made that El Paso decision at the last minute, and her office had 2 days to put it together. And it turned out to be a short speech right next to the aircraft with the auxiliary power unit running in the background, which is basically a jet engine with no noise abatement system on it whatsoever, no muffler, no nothing. And she had the one Congress critter in Texas who was willing to stand next to her. That was her big border visit. And her staff absolutely had zero time to put anything together other than calling the press to the airport. That was it.
Had continued to fight, and they were surrounding Kabul. Be a very different story. Very different story. But the overwhelming consensus was that they were not going to collapse. The Afghan force.
Once again, he said there was no consensus. He said that not 15 minutes ago from when he started. Obviously, I've paused a ton, and if some of you guys don't like that, I understand, but this is how I have to do it because I don't have enough memory to do it afterwards, and I don't want to make you watch it and then go through it all over again. I think that's just that's not the way to do it. Again, I understand some people don't like that. That's fine. You have your right to be upset, but that's how I do it. But he said there was no consensus, and he decided to go with the least horrible prognostication, the least horrible prospect, that it would take a year for things to fall. But he pulled the military out first. That is the exact opposite of what you do. It's civilians, American citizens, and any nationals who have SIVs or P1 or P2 status, which are special visas. And the last thing is the embassy. The very last thing is the embassy. And instead, the military came out first, and then the embassy came out second. And the thing is, with an embassy, that is considered the soil of the country of that embassy. So if you attack, say, the American embassy, that is seen in international law as being an attack on American soil. And the gloves are off. So when you're in a crisis situation, your first mode, your first exit strategy is get to the embassy. There are Marine guards there. There are special forces. There's CIA armed to the teeth. Get to the embassy. That is safe ground, and then they can get you out from there, either by armored personnel carrier or helicopter, whatever. And instead, we closed the embassy first. We destroyed all the visas, all the passports, the Taliban at the airport, so you can get through. This is a complete clusterfuck. Complete. Skullcram says, isn't the word out of the White House the staff is in chaos? Well, they have to be now. They have to be now, even if they weren't before. I mean, I've heard people say that Biden, it's very difficult to brief him. He loses track of the conversation easily. If you throw an acronym at him, it completely sets him off. Remember, he referred to David Chipman as becoming the head of the AFT twice. He couldn't remember the name of the Pentagon. He couldn't remember the name of his Secretary of Defense. He called him that guy that runs that building over there. He takes a long time to make a decision, and he is easily swayed by dissenting opinion, so it takes him even longer. He'll say, well, that's a good point. Let's do that. Well, hang on, Mr. President. I need to tell you about this. Oh, well, that's a good point. We need to do that. It's just a round robin with him. And the latest word is that he can't sleep in the Lincoln bedroom. He can't get any sleep. I'm sorry, he doesn't sleep in the Lincoln bedroom. The presidential bedroom. He can't get any sleep there. That's why he keeps going back to Delaware all the time. Because that's the only place he can rest. And after this speech is over, Dog already mentioned it's over. But after this speech, he's getting on that helicopter and he's going right back to Delaware. That's already in the books. And there hasn't been more than one press briefing from Jen Psaki in the past week. There's been one. Yeah, FUBAR. Effed up beyond all recognition. There's also Bohica, which is, these were acronyms we used back on the ambulance. Bohica was, oh shoot, I can't remember now. Bohica, Bohica. I can't remember now. God, my memory. There's look it up. Bohica, Bohica. That was a phrase we used all the time on the ambulance, and now I can't remember it. My God. Anyway, enough.
Forces. They were not going to leave. They were not going to just abandon and then put down their arms and take off. So that's what happened. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Lie after lie after lie after lie. Secretary of State Blinken didn't make any remarks. Harris didn't make any remarks. He only took questions from friendly outlets. He's never taken a question from Fox directly from any one of these. He's only taken a few shouted questions from Peter Doocy from time to time. And he always gets in Ducey's face about it, too. He always insults Peter Doocy before he answers the question. Every time. What a disaster. What a disaster this was. I honestly, I didn't expect it to be this bad. He lied about not getting any blowback from NATO. He lied about the drawdown. He lied about whether or not there was a consensus on what to do. First he said there was no consensus. Then he said the consensus was this wouldn't happen. He was asked several times about people not being able to get through the Taliban checkpoints at the airport. And he said, that's not what we're hearing. When you've got reporters saying, we've got people on the ground saying Americans can't get through. People are being beaten. People are being turned away. People are being hunted. And he says, well, they just have to get to the airport, and then, we're counting on the Taliban to let them through. Knock on wood. Direct quote, knock on wood. In other words, we have a hope and a prayer that the Taliban, who he says are seeking international recognition from the West. Ha! They hate the West. They hate the West. That's why they gave Al-Qaeda all the room in the world to put together September 11th. They liked the idea. They were on board. And do you think fighting us for 20 years has made them less likely? to let someone set up shop and plan another major attack? Seriously? This is beyond the pale. Thank you, Scully. Thank you. Bend over, here it comes again. That's exactly it. Bend over, here it comes again. And what? Again, hey, the Taliban was taking over the country. That the Afghan defense forces were falling back. And he says, well, what? You're going to make me send in thousands of troops? Put your sons, your daughters in harm's way? You just put 6,000 troops on the ground around the airport. By the way, you don't need 6,000 troops to guard an airport. Just saying. You don't need 6,000 troops. So those people are there to quote-unquote react to a provocation by the Taliban. Well, they're beating Americans and taking away their passports, Joe. I would consider that a provocation. He thinks that it's a big deal that we, quote, went over the wall and got 160 plus Americans through the line. Well, there are some 10 to 15,000 in country, about 10,000 at least in Kabul. And we've been told by a number of government people that there is no priority for American citizens getting out over any Afghan nationals. That it is basically first come, first serve. Oh my God. All right, so let me find that hush, kitty cat. Let me find that article about the stuff that oh, wait, here's something. This says that oh, he's not going to come back to Delaware, according to this article. According to Zeke Miller, one of the top aides at the White House, he tweeted, "The president will not travel to Wilmington, Delaware today. He will remain in Washington, D.C. tonight." Tonight. One day. Wow. Well, that's just... it just interrupted a week-long vacation after two 2-hour trips to Washington, D.C. So I guess we should be happy about that. Let me find... Okay, here's... Wow, this is something. U.S. pauses evacuations from Kabul. No flights in the last 48 hours from Afghanistan. By the way, that aircraft there, pretty sure that's a... Oh, gosh. I think that's a C-5 Galaxy, actually. The biggest heavy lift aircraft we've got in the inventory. That looks much larger than a C-17. Could be wrong, but that looks like a C-5 to me. Especially these chines on the rear fuselage above the loading door. Those are used to prevent instability and high angle of attack, or when the nose is high, prevent instability of airflow and provide extra stability. Anyway, CNN's Clarissa Ward told the network Friday morning that no flights have left Kabul airport in more than 8 hours, leaving her questioning whether the United States can achieve its goal of evacuating all 10 to 15,000 Americans within. Quoting Clarissa Ward, "I'm sitting here for 12 hours at the airport, 8 hours on the airfield, and I haven't seen a single U.S. plane take off. How on earth are you going to evacuate 50,000 people in 2 weeks? It can't happen." CBS reported that the U.S. military has been using Doha, Qatar as its evacuation base, but the facility is now so overcrowded that it could be considered a humanitarian crisis. That's a quote. That is a quote. Others describe the situation on the ground as a, quote, full-blown humanitarian disaster. Quoting CBS News, "With tens of thousands of U.S. nationals, legal residents, their families, and untold numbers of Afghans all desperate for a way out of the Taliban's Afghanistan, The U.S. military was forced on Friday to pause its evacuation flights out of Kabul. The suspension, hopefully to be quickly reversed by the opening of a new flight option to a base in Bahrain, was due to the current processing facility in Qatar hitting capacity. People inside the stuffy airbase on Friday described the situation to CBS News as, quote, pretty much a full-blown humanitarian disaster. Flights are expected to resume this afternoon with Bahrain rather than Doha as a destination. The U.S. is also looking for more facilities as the base in Bahrain can accept just 1,000 people. They didn't even plan for where to put these people. They knew we had thousands of people to come out, just Americans. And they didn't even plan for the places to put them. Because remember, these people have to be processed. You can't, unless you're a complete and utter moron, which we've seen what that means, you can't just take someone from a foreign country and then drop them into your country without at least trying to vet them. If they've got papers, you check those. If they don't have papers, you question them. You question them thoroughly, and you look for any signs that things may be hinky. In fact, you may have, if you were with us yesterday, you heard me read a story where Customs and Border Patrol agents are getting feelers from their higher-ups about deploying to Doha in order to assist in the vetting of foreign nationals, because that's part of their training, to do the questioning, do the paperwork, to see if someone is, basically trustworthy enough to come into the country. The United Nations says Friday it is concerned the Taliban is rounding up enemies for a, quote, mass execution. On the ground in Kabul, Afghanistan, the situation appears to be desperate. Thousands of Afghans and American citizens are crowding the gates to the airport, but the Taliban is reportedly checking visas and other paperwork, looking for U.S. allies and others who may have worked with coalition forces. At least one reporter noted, as the Daily Wire said earlier Friday, that Americans have been, quote, injured and stopped from boarding planes, and that Americans were beaten throughout the night. Those are both quotes. Oh, for those of you so interested, OnlyFans will be banning sexually explicit content soon, so you may want to look to a different service. All right, let me find oh, here's a quick story. FBI finds scant evidence that January 6th riot was result of organized plot to overturn election. Let's get into this quickly. Reuters reported Friday morning that multiple law enforcement officials have told them that despite hundreds of arrests made by the FBI, quote, the FBI at this point believes the violence was not centrally coordinated by far-right groups or prominent supporters of then-President Trump, according to the sources who have either been directly involved or briefed regularly on the wide-ranging investigations. Continuing the quote, the FBI investigators did find that cells of protesters, including followers of the far-right Oath Keepers and Proud Boys groups, had aimed to break into the Capitol, but they found no evidence that the groups had serious plans about what to do if they made it inside. A senior law enforcement officer told Reuters that 90 to 95% of the cases that the DOJ is prosecuting are, quote, one-off cases. Then you have 5% maybe of these militia groups that were more closely organized, the former official said, but there was no grand scheme with Roger Stone and Alex Jones and all those people to storm the Capitol and take hostages. More than 170 people have been charged so far with assaulting or impeding a police officer, according to the Justice Department, but one source said there has been little, if any, recent discussion by senior Justice Department officials of filing charges such as seditious conspiracy to accuse defendants of trying to overthrow the government. They have also opted not to bring racketeering charges, often used against organized criminal gangs. We've been saying this for how long now? How long have we been saying this? Here we go. Here's the story I was looking for. Yeah, too tired to fly back to Delaware, says Scully. All right. So here's an article from the Daily Wire by Ryan Saavedra. ABC News appears not to have aired 900 plus words from Biden during interview on Good Morning America. Here they are. I'm going to read this in full, so hang in there, folks. By the way, I'm delaying my lunch for hours now, so I won't be able to do a news rodeo later on because I've got to eat, and I'm getting pretty exhausted right now. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so just so you know, this is going to be it for today, which means, of course, this is it, YouTube. This is the last you get. Look at the pinned comment in the chat. This is the last you're going to get. Starting tomorrow morning, I'm going to be on Rumble. Real quickly on Rumble, by the way. I did read up on their technical rules, and bandwidth is total bandwidth for a month. You get a terabyte of total bandwidth for the month. And according to them, if you go over that, they automatically upgrade you to the next tier. So you can continue to go without interruption. But for me, the next tier goes from $25 a month to, I think, $100 a month. To go from 1 terabyte of bandwidth to 4 terabyte of bandwidth. Something I obviously can't afford. So what's going to happen is tomorrow morning, I will do the game stream on Rumble, and I will then look and see how much bandwidth I used for that. And that will then determine how much, if any, game streams I'll do on Rumble going forward. I'm betting not. But I really don't know. I mean, my video sizes are about 2 or 3 gigs. When I format them down to about 1.5 gigs, about 3 gigs. But I don't know how that translates into bandwidth. I've never looked at any of that metrics on any of my other services before. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's get into the article. ABC News, Good Morning America, appears not to have aired nearly 1,000 words from Democrat President Joe Biden's interview with host George Stephanopoulos, according to a review of a transcript published by the network and a review of the footage that it aired. The interviews come as the administration faces an absolute debacle in Afghanistan that was precipitated by Biden's chaotic pullout from the nation. Biden has avoided answering questions from reporters during 2 brief sets of remarks that he gave to the media this week and has spent a significant portion of time during this crisis on vacation in Delaware, where his administration refuses to disclose who he meets with. A review comparing the transcript released by ABC News to video footage aired on live television on Thursday by Good Morning America and to video footage published by the show on its YouTube channel showed that a significant portion of Biden's remarks were not aired. Some of the remarks that were not aired are inconsequential to the interview, like when Biden thanks Stephanopoulos for the interview. Okay. Biden thanks George? God, this man he's so pathetic. So pathetic. Please like me. Press, please like me. And then George asks him fairly soft but, accurate questions. And Biden's angry the entire time. We saw just the clip yesterday that I played that aired on the ABC nightly newscast from yesterday, and or I should say their Wednesday night show. And he was absolutely basically spitting mad at Stephanopoulos for the entire interview. Okay, so let's get to it. The following are the most significant parts of the interview that do not appear to have aired. A full transcript and both video clips published on the Good Morning America YouTube channel are featured toward the bottom of this report, with words in bold font not being included in video footage aired by the network. I'm just going to read this straight through. Stephanopoulos, let's get right to it. That's in bold. Back in July, you said a Taliban takeover was highly unlikely. Was the intelligence wrong, or did you downplay it? Biden, I think, in bold, there was no consequence. If you go back and look at the intelligence reports, they said that it's more likely to be sometime by the end of the year. And again, he said today, there was no consensus, and then he said there was consensus that it wouldn't happen. Sorry, now this part is in bold. The idea that the TAL, and then it goes further on, even as late as August, I think you're going to see the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and others speaking about this later today. Great. Next up, all in bold. I think a lot of Americans, and even a lot of veterans who served in Afghanistan, agree with you on the big strategic picture. They believe we had to get out. But I wonder how you respond to an Army Special Forces officer, Javier McKay. It says PH, Purple Heart. Yeah, okay, so wounded vet. He did 7 tours. He was shot twice. He agrees with you. He says, quote, we have to cut our losses in Afghanistan, close quote. But he adds, quote, I just wish we could have left with honor, close quote. And again, this was all cut out. Biden, look, that's like asking my deceased son, Bo, who spent 6 months in Kosovo and a year in Iraq as a Navy captain and then major, as an Army major, and I'm sure he had regrets coming out of Afghanistan, out of Iraq. Joe, you're the one who pulled everybody out of Iraq and created ISIS. Did you ask Bo how he felt about that? Or did he die and give you another log on the fire of pity me before you could ask that question? Okay, continuing. And again, this was all cut out. He had regrets to how it's going. But the idea, what's the alternative? The alternative is, why are we staying in Afghanistan? Why are we there? Don't you think that the one, who's most disappointed in us getting out, Russia and China, they'd love us to continue to have to. And then Stephanopoulos interrupts. So you don't, and again, that was all cut out. And as we've said before, Russia and China and Pakistan and Iran are dancing in the streets that we have left such a power vacuum in Afghanistan that they can fill. They can support the Taliban easily. China's already talking about doing Belt and Road there. Now, the thing is, would Chinese nationals working on those projects, because they don't use indigenous labor. The Chinese always import their people on those Belt and Road projects, and their people are the only ones who run them. They don't allow any indigenous people access to the management of those facilities. It's complete colonialism. To the absolute T, colonialism. So anyway, Stephanopoulos interrupts. So you don't think this could have been handled, this exit could have been handled any better? And better in any way? No mistakes? Biden, and again, this was all on air. No, I don't think it could have been handled in a way that we're going to go back in hindsight and look, but the idea that somehow there's a way to have gotten out without chaos ensuing, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. Stephanopoulos. So for you, that was always priced into the decision. Biden, yes. Now exactly what happened is not priced in. I missed that yesterday. I missed that. I think they cut that out from that ABC News clip. In fact, they did cut that out of that ABC News clip. Okay, so let's get back to that. So for you, that was always priced into the decision? Yes. Now, exactly what happened is not priced in, but I knew that they're going to have an enormous look. One of the things we didn't know is what the Taliban would do in terms of trying to keep people from getting out, what they would do. And here it is in bold, what they cut out. What are they doing now? They're cooperating, letting American citizens get out, American personnel get out, embassies get out, etc. But we're having some more difficulty in having those who helped us when we were in there. And then Stephanopoulos interrupts, and again, this was cut out. And we don't really know what's happening outside of Kabul. Biden, pardon me, Stephanopoulos. We don't really know what's happening outside of Kabul. Biden, well, we do know generically, and in some specificity. Sorry, I can't speak. Let me start over. We don't really know what's happening outside of Kabul. Biden, well, we do know generically and in some specificity what's happening outside of Kabul. We don't know it in great detail, but we do know, and guess what? The Taliban knows if they take on American citizens or American military, we'll strike them back like hell, won't have it. We'll strike them back like hell, won't have it? I've never heard that phrase before. I guess it makes sense, but that's a bizarre phrase. But here's the thing, George. They are taking American citizens right now. They're beating them at those checkpoints. Okay, so next up. Stephanopoulos, how about our Afghan allies? We have about 80,000 people. And Biden says, well, that's not the S. Stephanopoulos, is that too high? Biden, that's too high. Stephanopoulos, how many? Biden, the estimate we're giving is somewhere between 50 and 65,000 folks total, counting their families. Okay, that's completely underreported. I should say underreporting the number. There were that many Afghani civilians helping us. Families, that number isn't even close to their numbers plus their families. It doesn't even come close. Now, we saw that yesterday when I played that clip from ABC Nightly News. But online, this has all been cut out. None of this is on any of the videos from ABC Online anymore. Okay, here's the next up. There's quite a bit here. Stephanopoulos, part 5. Part 5, Stephanopoulos. You talked about our adversaries, China and Russia. You already see China telling Taiwan, quote, see, you can't count on the Americans. There's a laugh. How in the hell could you laugh at that? And again, this was all cut out. Biden, shh. Why wouldn't China say that? Look, George, the idea that there's a fundamental difference between Taiwan, South Korea, NATO. We are in a situation where they are in entities we've made agreements with based on not a civil war that they're having on that island or in South Korea, but on an agreement where they have a unity government that, in fact, is trying to keep bad guys from doing, and that's how it's written, doing bad things to them. And again, quoting Biden, this was cut out, we have kept every commitment. We made a sacred commitment to Article 5 that if, in fact, anyone were to invade or take action against our NATO allies, we would respond. Same with Japan, same with South Korea, same with Taiwan. It's not even comparable to talk about that. You know why wouldn't China say that, Joe? If you projected strength and competency and didn't have a military that was more concerned with wokeness than fighting capability, that was more concerned with designing flight suits for pregnant females are the ones who get pregnant female pilots, and of rooting out anyone who has a Pepe meme on their social media, literally, maybe China wouldn't be saying things like that, Joe, because they never said anything like that up to this point when Trump was in office. Now, they did take over Hong Kong, and I'm pretty upset about that. But then again, what could we have done? Or were we going to put paratroops into Hong Kong and take it over? We couldn't have done that. We really didn't have much choice there. Electric Dog says, Bidenistic. I like that. Bidenistic. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The Electric Dog says that's the claim of Satan, like hell won't have it. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Dog. Okay, so continuing. And again, this was all cut out from what's online right now. Stephanopoulos. Yes, yeah, but those, Biden, it's not comparable to Stephanopoulos, who say, look, America cannot be trusted now. America does not keep its promises. Biden, who's going to say that? Look, before I made this decision, I met with all our allies, our NATO allies in Europe. They agreed we should be getting out. Stephanopoulos. Did they have a choice? Biden. Sure they had a choice. Look, the one thing I promised you in private. I promised you in private? Dude, this is a spoken in... Oh, my God. And again, this was all cut out. Sure they had a choice. Look, the one thing I promised you in private, NATO allies are not quiet. You remember from your old days. They're not going to be quiet. And so, what the hell did Stephanopoulos ever have to do with NATO? And so, and by the way, you know, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting together a group of the G7, the folks that we work with the most. I was on the phone with Angela Merkel today. I was on the phone with the British Prime Minister. I'm going to be talking to Macron in France to make sure we have a coherent view of how we're going to deal from this point on. All right, let's see. Let me skip ahead a little bit here. Now I have to read this whole thing here. And again, I'll tell you what parts are cut out. So this part, all that I'm about to read is online still. Stephanopoulos. How about the threat to the U.S.? Most intelligence analysis has predicted that Al-Qaeda would come back 18 to 24 months after a withdrawal of American troops. Is that analysis now being revised? Could it be sooner? Biden. It could be, but George, look, here's the deal. Oh, God, I hate when he says that. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, they metastasize. There's a significantly greater threat to the U.S. from Syria. There's a significantly greater threat from East Africa. There's a significant greater threat to other places in the world than it is from the mountains of Afghanistan. Joe, how many terrorist attacks that killed 3,000 people, including taking down the most iconic structure in New York City, excluding the Empire State Building, and killing dozens of people at the Pentagon, and killing how many hundred of people on Flight 93? By the way, the reason Flight 93 went down, I just found this out the other day from Tucker. The guy who was supposed to be the muscle on Flight 93 to cover the cabin and make sure nobody acted up, he was kept off the flight, or kept from coming into the country by TSA. There was a single TSA guy who got this guy through the line. He didn't want to go through secondary screening, so they brought him through, and the TSA guy's questioning him, and he said the answers just don't add up. This guy doesn't look right. So they took him into one of the interview rooms, and he questioned him further, and he said this guy isn't right. And his supervisor saying, "Dude, come on, really?" And he goes, "No, there's something wrong with this guy. His answers aren't adding up. He doesn't know why he's here. He can't say where he's going. No, he doesn't get in." So they wouldn't let him enter the country. They made him get back on another flight and leave. The head hijacker was in the parking lot waiting for this guy to come out of the airport. So they did not have the overwatch on Flight 93 to keep the cabin from rushing the cockpit and getting control of the aircraft away from the hijackers. I did not know that until just the other day. Fascinating. One person did their job regarding 9/11. One effing person. I take that back. The FBI agent out of Minnesota, the woman agent who reported that there's this guy, a flight instructor, got a hold of me. There's this guy who only wants to know how to fly in the air, how to control an airplane while it's in the air. He doesn't want to learn how to land. He doesn't want to learn how to take off. He just wants to get up in the sky, learn how to fly around, and then he doesn't touch the controls again. She forwarded that to her people at the Minneapolis office, and they never did a thing about it. They never forwarded it to the headquarters. They never followed up on it. They never interviewed the guy, and he was one of the pilots who flew one of the aircraft. I think he was the pilot of the second aircraft into one of the towers. Pretty sure. Electric Dog puts into the in the DLF chat, Stephanopoulos became White House Communications Director. He was later Senior Advisor for Policy and Strategy. I did not know that. Stephanopoulos became a Senior Advisor for Policy and Strategy? Talk about being in over your head. Holy hell. Holy hell. And I was just thinking yesterday that you would have to go back to Clinton to and just isolate him as being probably the most effective and decent Democrat president really in this century. I mean, I'm sorry, since the beginning of the 20th century. Wilson was a complete disaster. Roosevelt was a complete disaster, except for World War II. It's the only thing he did right. Otherwise, he completely ruined the economy. Kennedy was not doing well when he was assassinated. The Congress was completely against him. It's one of the reasons he was in Texas, was to drum up support in a state that he was not doing well in, to try and get some traction in Congress to get some of his stuff through. Kennedy was kind of floundering when he got shot. A lot of people don't know that. He was deified after the assassination, but as far as presidency goes, except for the Cuban Missile Crisis, which he handled very well, he wasn't doing all that well. He had the Bay of Pigs on his shoulders. But then you had Johnson, who ruined the black community, just totally ruined it with the Great Society. Completely destroyed the black family. Still to this day, hasn't even come close to recovering. And it never will until we reform welfare. As long as we keep paying women to more to have babies and not have a man in the house, to make it more attractive to be a single mother with a lot of children, as opposed to having a stable family with a father in the house, as long as we keep promoting that, the black family will never recover. And Johnson said, I can't quote it, but he knew that when he signed that bill into law, that the Democrats would own the black vote. He said, we've got those enters in our pocket for the next 50 years. That's as close as I can come to quoting him. There was another word in there that I can't say. All right, so back to this. Let me start the question over again. How about the threat to the United States? This is Stephanopoulos. Most intelligence analysts has predicted that Al-Qaeda would come back 18 to 24 months after withdrawal of American troops. Is that analysis now being revised? Could it be sooner? Biden. It could be, but look, George, here's the deal. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, they metastasize. There is a significantly greater threat to the U.S. from Syria. There's a significantly greater threat from East Africa. There's no threat from East Africa. There's significant greater threat to other places in the world than it is from the mountains of Afghanistan. And we have maintained the ability to have an over-the-horizon capability to take them out. We don't have military in Syria to make sure that we're going to be protected. And again, it's a complete lie. We've got, I think, 900 troops in Syria right now. Stephanopoulos, and you're confident we're going to have that in Afghanistan? Biden, yeah, I'm confident we're going to have that, the overriding capability. Yes. The next two sentences are cut out. Look, George, it's like asking me, am I confident that people are going to act even remotely rationally? Here's the deal. And that part was cut out. And then it was included. The deal is the threat from Al-Qaeda and their associate organizations is greater in other parts of the world to the U.S. than it is in Afghanistan. And again, that's because we were keeping a lid on it. Now we've created a complete vacuum. They're going to be able to operate with impunity. It's just going to take a little time. God, the short-sightedness of this man. Stephanopoulos, and this part was in. And that tells you that it's safe to leave? Biden, no, that tells me that. This part was cut out. My dad used to have an expression, George, if everything's equally important to you, nothing's important to you. That was cut out. Okay, now, he has said in both news conferences so far this week that there's basically no difference between getting American citizens, Afghan nationals with SIV, P1, and P2 visas, and their families out. And we know they have made no distinction at the airport whatsoever as far as prioritizing who gets on those planes. None. They can't even tell us how many Americans they've gotten out versus any other groups of people. Certainly not yesterday, that number was not available during the afternoon briefing. They had no idea how many of anybody they had gotten out, just a general number. Okay, so continuing. This part was in. We should be focusing on where the threat is the greatest. And this part was cut out. The threat, that was cut out. And the threat, then he says, the idea, this part was in, we continue to spend $1 trillion and have tens of thousands of American forces in Afghanistan when we have, and this part was cut out, what's going on around the world in the Middle East and North Africa and West. Excuse me, yeah, that part was cut out. Then he continues, North Africa and Western Africa. The idea that we can do that and ignore, it says those was cut out. Ignore those looming problems, growing problems, is not rational. So he repeated the word those, and they cut out the first those. That's insane. But and again, it's not North Africa, and Libya is not a terrorist threat. They're too busy being a slave market, a literal slave market, which you created. Your administration created the failed state of Libya. You got Gaddafi to give up making nuclear weapons, and then you, as Hillary said it, we came, we bombed, he died. And then Libya descended into complete chaos. But yeah, so North Africa, and it's not West Africa, it's East Africa. North Africa and Western Africa. Stephanopoulos. This part was in. It sounds like you think we should have gotten out a long time ago. Biden, we should have. Stephanopoulos. And accept the idea that it was going to be messy no matter what. Biden, well, what would be messy? Stephanopoulos, the exit. Biden, if we had gotten out a long time ago, getting out would be messy no matter when it occurred. This was cut out. I asked you, you want me to stay? You want us to stay and send your kids back to Afghanistan? How about it? Are you good? If you had a son or daughter, would you send them to Afghanistan now or later? And Joe, you just did. You just effing did. You sent 6,000 of them there. Stephanopoulos, would be hard, but a lot of families have done it. And this was all cut out. Biden, they've done it because, in fact, there was a circumstance that was different when we started. We were there for 2 reasons, George, and we accomplished both 10 years ago. We got Osama bin Laden, as I said, and got criticized for saying at the time we're going to follow him to the gates of hell. Hell, we did, Stephanopoulos interrupts. How will history judge the United States' experience in Afghanistan? And again, this was all cut out. Biden, one that we overextended what we needed to do to deal with our national interest. That's like my saying the border of Tajikistan and other, what? Does it matter? Are we going to go to war because of what's going on in Tajikistan? What do you think? Continuing the cutout. Tell me where in that isolated country that has never in all of history been united, all the way back to Alexander the Great, straight through the British Empire and the Russians, what is the idea? Are we going to continue to lose thousands of Americans to injury and death to try to unite that country? What do you think? I think not. Again, this part was all cut out. I think the American people are with me, and when you unite that country, what do you have? They're surrounded by Russia in the north, or the stands in the north. Yeah, they're not surrounded by Russia in the north. You have, to the west, they have Iran. To the south, they have Pakistan, who's supporting them. And actually, the east, they have Pakistan and China. You can't even get the geography right. Tell me, is that worth our national interest to continue to spend another $1 trillion and lose thousands more American lives? For what? Okay. Again, we hadn't had a combat death since February of 2020. Not one. And we were keeping a lid on everything quite nicely. Quite nicely. So this straw man about thousands of lives is insane. Absolutely insane. Now, I go back and forth on whether or not we should have gotten out. I really do. I go back and forth. It was a long time, certainly, but do you judge when things need to change based purely on the calendar? Is a point some people have made. Just because we'd been there 20 years, is that something special? Yeah, we'd been there 20 years, and for 20 years, there hadn't been one major attack on U.S. soil. Now, you can say maybe that's because we created the Patriot Act and massively expanded the FBI's domestic spying capabilities. Maybe not. We still had Pulse nightclub. We still had Fort Hood. We still had San Diego. We still had the Boston Marathon. All those things happened. So maybe that structure wasn't as good as we thought it was. But Al-Qaeda did not have room to operate. ISIS did not have room to operate. Now they do. Now, as I understand it, ISIS is a direct threat to the Taliban. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Yeah, Dog says Johnson sent thousands to die in Vietnam. And Scully points out from earlier, taking off and landing is the most important part of flying. Yep, it is. It is. Taking off is easy. It doesn't take a lot of effort to take off, but landing is difficult. Landing takes everything at the same time. You have to be conscious of your airspeed. You have to be conscious of your altitude. You have to be conscious of the pitch of the aircraft. You have to be conscious of your forward airspeed. You have to be conscious of your vertical airspeed, how quickly you're descending. All of that stuff is happening in real time, and you have to pay attention to every aspect of it all at once. If you lose sight of any one of those, you could wind up bending something, if not just crashing the whole thing. And I had some pretty bad landings when I lost situational awareness. My worst was when I was landing a Piper Cub at a little private airfield that they allowed people to come in and out. But it was a airfield where people built homes with hangars on the perimeter of the airport, and then they would, whenever they wanted to, they could take their plane out, just leave their house, walk 20 feet, go to the hangar, take the aircraft out, and fly out of there. There's a number of names for those, but I was flying in there, and a Piper Cub, you may know, is a tailwheel aircraft. It doesn't have a wheel underneath the engine. You've got the two main gear under the cabin, and then a little wheel all the way in the back under the tail. That was one of the original aircraft designs after the Wright brothers got away from the skids. And there's two ways to land a tail dragger aircraft, as we call them. One way is called a wheel landing, where you come in kind of fast with the nose level as you descend, and you land on the main wheels, and you keep directional control with the rudder, and you keep your speed fairly fast, because the slower you go, the less control your rudder has, and the less control your rudder has, the less directional stability you have. And keeping directional stability in a tail dragger escort is like dancing on hot coals. Your feet are always moving, always moving. You react to one drift, and you immediately react to counter the drift. It goes back and forth instantly. So you're rolling on the wheels. You get to where you start to get to where you want to turn off. Then you back off on the throttle, drop the tail, and then you turn and get off the runway. The other way is called a 3-point landing, where you come in with the nose higher and you try to land on all three wheels at the same time, and you land slowly to where you just basically come to a stop right there. And so if you want to get off early, or if you want to get off later on, but you don't want to do that rolling landing, you just you gauge your distance and you just plop it right there. So here I am at about 100 feet, 80 feet, no more than 100 yards off the end of the runway, and I hadn't made up my mind what kind of landing I was going to make. I had not planned at all. I was just looking at the runway, and my mind was elsewhere. And so I'm coming in to land, and I almost crashed the aircraft. I landed just off the very edge of the runway on the grass, and then bounced and landed on the runway. And then the aircraft went off the runway. I was very slow at the time. I almost stalled it, which means you just fall out of the sky. And one of the wheels went off the runway. That had never happened to me before. Now, it happened to me one time later in a tricycle gear aircraft when the rudder trim was way out of whack and I didn't notice it. That was my fault. But that's the only other time I've ever gone off the runway. But I went off the runway with this Piper Cub. I had to get out of the aircraft because there's no way I could just use the throttle and get out of there. I had to get out of the aircraft, physically move it back onto the runway, and then, trust me, I got out of there as fast as I could. I did not linger at that airport. Worst landing I've ever made. One other bad landing. I came in way too fast, and it took me literally thousands of feet to slow the airplane down when it should have only taken about 800 feet. Second worst landing I ever made. Okay, so Electric Dog says, did you see some channels are trying to claim that was an inflatable C-130 decoy? No, I had never heard that, Dog. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, no one wants to stall on takeoff. No, that is or landing, because if you stall when you're slow and low, you die. That's all there is to it. You die. You need usually about, depending on the size of the aircraft, if it's a smaller aircraft, you need about 500 to 600 feet to recover from a stall. The nose has to go all the way down below like 30 degrees, and then you build up airspeed, and then you raise the nose. But a jetliner, something like that, it's thousands of feet, like 3,000 feet to recover from a stall, because they're so big, they're so heavy, there's so much momentum. And it takes longer to accelerate because of the mass. So, yeah, if you're low and slow and you stall, boom, say goodbye. You're done. Thanks for playing our game. And stalling on your turn towards the runway is one of the leading causes of death in small pilots. That's when you're looking at the runway, trying to come around from being 90 degrees offset with it on your side, either left or right, depending on how the traffic pattern's going, which direction you're supposed to go in order to get on the runway. You're looking at that, and sometimes you pull back on the stick. You've already pulled back on the throttle because you're planning on making a descending turn towards the runway, and the next thing you know, you're out of airspeed and your nose falls, and boom, you plummet to the ground, and you're a fireball. That's the most common small aircraft accident is stall on what they call base or short final. It's a ground loop is when you're going down the runway and then you lose directional control and the aircraft spins around. You wind up swapping the nose for the tail. That's a ground loop. Very difficult to do in a tricycle aircraft. When I went off the runway in the tricycle aircraft, it was a one-wheel departure, and I was able to use my momentum to get right back on the runway. I didn't hit anything. The guy who was with me yelled at me for missing the rudder trim, and he had every right to. It was a big screw-up on my part. But yeah, ground loop is much more common with tailwheel aircraft, where you've got a fair enough amount of forward velocity, and you lose directional control of the tail. And the center of gravity on tailwheel aircraft is behind the cockpit, not in the cockpit like it is with a tricycle gear aircraft. So with that center of gravity behind, it's much easier to spin the thing around if you lose directional control. And once the tail starts moving beyond a certain speed on a tailwheel aircraft, especially if you don't have a lot of airspeed, you're done. That's it. Just sit back and enjoy the ride and hope the inside wing doesn't hit the ground, because that happens a lot. That happens a lot during a ground loop. The aircraft gets unstable and one of the wings drags on the ground. It's a sad sight to see. I think that's when I landed horribly at that private airfield. That was not quite. It wasn't a ground loop. It was more of a bounce and departure. Yeah, balls of fire. All right, good folks. It is. I haven't eaten since 6 o'clock this morning. I am hungry. I am tired, and I am furious with this president. But I want to hang in there. Not yet, sweetie, not yet. I'm going to try and go as long as I can, folks. What I want to do right now is get the latest news. What have we got here? All right, let's go with oh, we've got a, here we go. We've got a Pentagon briefing. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, it's finished. Shoot. All right. We'll see what we've got on there. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. Biden defends handling of botched Afghanistan withdrawal, says he can't guarantee outcome. This is from Adam Shaw by Fox News. This was updated an hour ago. More than 12,000 people have been evacuated since August 14th, officials say. Yeah, how many of them are Americans? We still don't know. So let's see here. Now let's get to the... we already know what he said, so I won't read any of the quotes. Officials said Friday they have so far evacuated about 13,000 people from the country. Biden has been widely criticized for the crisis, yet on Friday he sought to portray the situation as one in which the U.S. had control. And of course we just described how there haven't been any flights out of there in at least 8 hours. Let's see, here we go. Those looking to get out amid fears of reprisals have faced Taliban checkpoints, as well as a sluggish effort to get people out. The Pentagon said 5,700 people have been evacuated from Kabul aboard, and again, Kabul, I always screw it up, aboard 16 Air Force C-17s over the last 24 hours. We've only got about 20 of those in the inventory. That's 356 per flight, just over maximum capacity on the aircraft, and a significant increase over the day before, when flights were departing nearly half empty. The State Department has acknowledged Thursday that there was, quote, congestion around the airport and reports of Americans unable to get there. It has also been including a line in its messages telling Americans to come to the Kabul airport for evacuation, saying, quote, the United States government cannot ensure safe passage to the Hamid Karzai International Airport. The State Department's latest guidance Friday said Americans should, quote, use their best judgment getting to the airport. Wow, that's a new one. And warned, quote, the airport gates may open or close without notice. Of course, Biden said he has no indication that Americans haven't been able to get to the airport. Separately, the Pentagon has said it intends to transfer 22,000 Afghan SIV applicants to the U.S., where they will be housed at military bases. We already talked about that yesterday. Fort Bliss is going to get a bunch of Afghans right on top of a bunch of illegal unaccompanied minors. Republicans who have been scathing of Biden's handling of the crisis were similarly critical on Friday. Quote, this is quoting Tom Tillis, Republican North Carolina senator. President Biden is either divorced from reality or he's intentionally misleading the nation about what is actually happening in Afghanistan. The evacuation process is a nightmare. It is unconscionable that the most powerful nation on earth won't guarantee the safe passage of American citizens, instead choosing to put their fate in the hands of the Taliban. He also, quoting, we can leave no American behind, and we must use all means necessary to bring all Americans back home safely. Anything short of that is a dereliction of duty on the part of our commander-in-chief. Huh, he's already committed a dereliction of duty. The RNC accused Biden of creating a disaster in Afghanistan. Quote, Biden claims that Americans can safely get to the Kabul airport and that our allies support his management handling of the crisis are verifiably false. RNC spokesperson Emma Vaughn said, quoting further, Americans deserve accountability and transparency, not continued lies and failure. Ooh, that's pretty good. All right. Well, the Supreme Court Justice rejects effort to halt library construction in Chicago. So Amy Coney Barrett has given the go-ahead for Obama's massive vanity project to go ahead in a Chicago neighborhood that does not want it. It does not want it. But let's see here. Let's see if we've got the Pentagon brief. Nope. Graham offers scenario where Biden deserves to be impeached. You need a scenario for that? He needed to be impeached 2 months ago. God, Graham is such a rhino. I used to really like him, but he's done everything he can to make himself look as idiotic as possible. Oh, this is interesting. Florida school officer who hid during Parkland shooting to face trial. This is from the Associated Press, off of Fox.com. Scott Peterson has been charged with 17 counts of first-degree murder. The former school resource officer accused of hiding during a South Florida school shooting that left 17 people dead will have to convince a jury that he wasn't criminally negligent, a judge ruled Thursday. Broward Circuit Judge Martin Fine declined to dismiss the child negligence charges against former Broward County Deputy Scott Peterson, according to the Sun Sentinel. Prosecutors have said that Peterson failed to come to the rescue as the shooter, I'm not going to say his name, the shooter was making his way through the school's hallways. The law that Peterson is accused of breaking specifically, I have trouble with that word, specifically applies to caregivers, but defense attorneys argued during a hearing Wednesday that a law enforcement officer doesn't fit the legal definition of a caregiver. Prosecutors are arguing that school resource officers are inherently different from other law enforcement officers and should be considered caregivers. Fine ruled that a jury can decide whether a school resource officer should be considered a caregiver and noted that a jury instruction will be included to that effect. By the way, the shooter's lawyers have said he would plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, but prosecutors are insisting that his fate be decided by a jury trial. This guy still hasn't gone to trial? That shooting happened 3.5 years ago. In fact, a week and 3.5 years. Oh my God, he still hasn't gone on trial? What are you people waiting for? All right, let's see what else we can find here. Hey, thanks, Ray. Thanks. Scully says earlier, I learned Cessna has kits to change to tail draggers. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Interesting. The thing with tailwheel aircraft is they are easier to operate out of grass strips. They handle that surface better. But I can't exactly explain how. I really don't remember. And the other thing is they have shorter takeoff and landing distances because normally tail draggers are smaller, although the DC-3, of course, was a tail dragger. Now it's a fairly big aircraft, but still, they normally need less runway. Part of the reason is the wing is close to the flying angle as you're moving with the tail wheel down. In fact, there's a technique for taking off, at least in Piper Cubs, where you firewall the throttle, and while you're on the rudders, of course, keeping directional control, which again is dancing on coals. As you're doing that, you have the stick all the way back in your gut, which is the exact opposite of what you would do with a tricycle gear aircraft. You do not pull back on the control on a tricycle gear until you reach flying speed. But with a tail dragger, with the Piper Cub at least, since with the aircraft on its tail, the wing is at its flying angle, and so you can just sit there with the control all the way back, firewall the throttle, and then you'll pop up off the ground. But you got to really watch your directional control because you're going at a fairly slow airspeed as you start to lift off. It's not dangerous. You're not going to stall, but your directional stability is completely dependent upon how much air is flowing over the rudder. The slower your airspeed, the less air, so then the less directional control. The rudder is everything in a tailwheel aircraft. But I learned how to do that, and it's actually quite effective. Quite effective, especially if you're alone. If you're with another person, not as effective. Better to use a normal rolling takeoff. And with those, what you do is you firewall the throttle, and as you gain airspeed and gain directional control, you actually push the stick. Pretty much every tailwheel aircraft has a stick, not a yoke. You push the stick all the way forward, and that puts all the weight on the main wheels, and allows you greater directional control because if you have a faster airspeed and the tail is up in the slipstream, because when the wing is high, then the tail can be blanked by the wings. So you get that nose up, and even if as you're going faster and faster, the aircraft will not pitch over on its nose, at least a Piper Cub. You can keep that stick all the way forward, get as fast as you want within reason, and then just boop, pull back on the stick, and bam, you pop up right out of there. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Oh yeah, the STOL contests are great. Short takeoff and landing is the aviation community calls them STOL, and yeah, those are great. Those are great. Lots of fun. Yeah, the record used to be the Pilatus Porter, big wing, fairly big aircraft for a tail dragger, single engine. You could get those things on and off the ground in tens of feet. I think the record for a Porter takeoff with a strong headwind was 50 feet, and that thing was off the ground. Very powerful engine, very powerful propeller. You need both to get a lot of horsepower going fast, and a big wing, and that sucker would just boop, pop right off the ground. And when you land one, if you've got any kind of a headwind, you land with basically zero forward roll. It just stops. And they also have huge flaps, massive flaps. Oh yeah. They almost bounce to tail wheels. Absolutely. So let me update just the news here. I'll go as long as I can, folks. In fact, I need to step away for just a moment. I need a quick break, and I need to ask Picasso Nose to make me a cachava shake so I can get some food in me while I'm talking. I'll go as long as I can, but I do have to step away for just one brief moment. I'll be right with you. Okay, Picasso Nose is on it. Let me take a quick drink of my very warm liquid IV. By the way, very quickly, quick product placement. Again, I do not have any sponsors. You guys know that. I rely completely on your donations, and I'm more than happy with that. You guys are incredibly generous. You always have been. It's a bit of an embarrassment, actually, that you guys even see fit to donate. Sometimes I really don't think I'm worth it, but be that as it may, I'm not insulting you. I'm at least trying not to insult you. This right here. This is a headband with speakers in it. There's a speaker right here, and there's another speaker right here. They fit perfectly inside the contour of the inner part of your earlobe, so they do not press on the cartilage in such a way as to create a pressure point. So even if you sleep on your side, which I do, they do not create any discomfort. You do feel it, but it doesn't bother you at all. At least not me. And what this allows me to do is first of all, it doubles as either a sweatband or a sleep mask. It is resistant to light, if you will, so I can wear it instead of a regular sleep mask. And I'm always listening to news, always. No matter what time of day, I've got news on. I start the morning with Styx, then I move on to perhaps Tucker from the night before, and it just goes from there all day, all day. The only time I'm not doing news is when I'm doing the gaming stream, and even when I'm playing on my own, when I'm not live streaming the game, I'm listening to news. So I go to bed listening to news, and what I find normal without this is that I have, pardon the blender in the background. What I find is I have fans in my room. I need a lot of filtration. We have cats. They create a lot of dander, so I need filtration. And to keep those going, they have to be on all the time. So I don't have a space right next to me on the bed that's stable that I can put my iPad or my phone on and be able to listen to it over the speaker. And if I do place it, I have to have it fairly loud, so it's annoying. But that's the only way I can understand the words. With this, it's Bluetooth, as I'm sure you've surmised. All you have to do is press the large button right there, not the pause button, plays button, but there's a large button behind this black screen. Press that button, it'll say Bluetooth on. About 5 seconds later, it says connected, and boom, I got sound in my ears. It is the volume is completely adjustable. There's a plus and minus for the volume right there, and it's incredible. It's incredible. I'm falling asleep more often than not faster. And once I fall asleep, I tune out the sound. And if I do wake up, normally this has paused. Normally this is paused, so I'm not hearing sound anymore. Whereas if I was playing it over my iPad, for instance, the sound would keep going and going and going. And if I woke up, it would be loud and it would keep me from getting back to sleep. This thing cost me like $15. I love it. I absolutely love it. It is. It has. I don't even know who makes it. I bought it weeks ago, but it just it says enjoying, right there, enjoying. So go to Amazon. I got it on Amazon. Look for enjoying speaker headband, something like that, or just look for one on your own. I'm sure there are many other of these out there, but I love this. It's very comfortable too. Fits just right. Very comfortable. Not too tight to bother me when it's around my eyes. I absolutely adore it. It's become my favorite gadget, except for my high-end nose hair clippers. But that's disgusting. I won't go into that any further. George is calling. I wonder if it's Laura Loomer. No, wait, she's in Florida, isn't she? I got that wrong. Ray asks, it's not the nation of Afghanistan anymore, is it? No, it is. The Islamic Caliphate of Afghanistan. I'm almost positive. Islamic Caliphate of Afghanistan. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Hang on just a second, guys. I gotta chug some of this shake. Kachava, I keep calling it Kavacha, and it drives Picasso knows crazy. I'm putting the V in the wrong place. K-A''CHAVA. Kachava. It's a plant-based protein and nutrient shake. It's got a lot more in it than just your regular protein shake. Tons of vitamins, antioxidants, triglycerides, all kinds of good stuff. It's damn healthy. It's technically a meal replacement shake. I actually have 2 a day, and then I have a regular high protein lunch. in the middle of the day. But these, the only thing I need extra in these is fat. So I put in 2 Jiffy single-serve packets of peanut butter in it, and then a whole banana. Put in some crushed ice and water. Boom, you got it. You got it. They're delicious. They're absolutely delicious. And Picasso knows picked up some malt powder too. I'm more of a malt fan than a shake fan, so she puts in malt powder too. Now I've got a mustache. Okay. All right, let's do something other than Afghanistan for a moment. We're on justthenews.com, John Solomon's excellent website. So what we got here, story from their Center Square staff, their news desk, from late last night. President Joe Biden's proposed American Families Plan promises billions to families with children, but paying for it could have a devastating impact on family farms. That's because the plan includes large increases in farm transfer taxes. What? What? Oh my God. Folks, I grew up in farm country. Once we moved out of the part of my little town where we were right on the railroad tracks. I mean, right on the railroad tracks, with freight trains going by all the time. We moved out into a little tiny subdivision on the outskirts of town, and since then, where any house we had, because we moved once more after that, there was always a cornfield behind the house. Both times. Major cornfields. I mean, huge, hundreds of acres. And thousands of acres, I should say, excuse me. So massive country. And there are also soybean fields around. In fact, the road that you would drive in on to come out of town, once you got past the city limits, there was a chive farm on your left, a soybean farm on your right, across the tracks, and more chive farm, and then soybean and corn, and then soybean, corn, all the way into the big town, Kankakee, which was the county seat. You were surrounded by crops all the time. In fact, one year, I womped beans. That's a term probably very few of you have heard. Womping beans is when you go through a bean field with a machete and you cut down the corn stalks that are growing up from the previous year's corn crop. Because one of the things you do with crops is you rotate them to put nitrates back in the soil. Corn takes a lot of nitrates, whereas beans put nitrates back in the soil, and that reduces your requirements for nitrogen-based fertilizer. And so there's, by that corn growing in the bean fields, it creates problems when you go to harvest the beans, because the corn is larger than the soybeans, and the corn cobs can jam up a soybean combine and cause all kinds of havoc. And people lose hands and arms all the time on farms to clogged, I already forgot the word of what they are. Pardon me. Combines. So that's you want to get that corn out of there. And so every so often you go through the field with the corn that's popping up, and you just take that machete and whack, cut it. You can lay it on the ground. It'll dissolve. It'll go into the soil. But that's called womping beans. Very, very hot work. Very dirty work. But one time when I was doing it, the Freedom Train went by. You guys may or may not know, back in 1776, one of the things for the bicentennial was they rebuilt a 464 Northern, also known as a there was oh gosh, I can't remember the other word for it now. But it was the premier passenger steam engine ever built. It was designed specifically for speed pulling capacity. It was the epitome of the steam engine as far as passenger service went. And by 464, what that means is it had 4 wheels up front, 4 small bogie wheels that were used for steering. And by steering, I mean they would follow the track and turn the locomotive with the track, and also distribute the weight. And then you had 6 main wheels, 3 on each side, and then you had 4 wheels in back underneath the cab. So that's the nomenclature: 464, 4 wheels up front, 6 wheels in the middle, 4 wheels in back. Massive machine, and fast, really fast. Had good legs on it. It could go pretty good distances without needing to stop for water and coal. Really great piece of work. But so they rebuilt one from one that had been on a stand, and put together a moving museum and different cars behind the engine, and it traveled all the way across the country, across the northern part of the country first, and I believe it went south after that, but that I don't remember really well. But again, we always lived on near railroads, except when the last time we moved, but we were close enough to the railroad to hear the engine whistle when it would go to the crossings. But I'm sitting there in this field, and I hear this chook, 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 chook. Now, I had never seen a steam engine. When I grew up, they were just bringing in the General Motors locomotives from the plant outside of Chicago, and they had the F models and the E models. The E models were passengers, and the F models were freight. And then they grew out from there. Those were beautiful. The electromotive division is what they were known as, and beautiful, streamlined machines. And then they wound up going with the ugly ones because they realized they didn't need the streamlining for freight runs. But I'm hearing this choke, 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 and I turn and I look, and there was a line of trees along the railroad tracks, but I could see the steam smoke rising from beyond as it was coming towards me, and it got louder and louder and louder. And then when it got just abreast of me, there was a break in the trees. That was the only break in trees on that whole section, and I happened to be standing right across from it, and there it was. And I knew the Freedom Train existed. I had heard about it on the news, but I wasn't the train nut then that I am now. So it comes through, and I dropped my machete, just dropped it. And I stood there with my mouth open, gaping at this monster, just literally thundering through that field on those tracks. And then it had the red, white, and blue painted cars behind it, where they had little museums where they'd park the train at different areas and put down stairs, and people could go up into the cars and look at the different artifacts from the Revolution, things like that. Totally cool. I still get chills remembering it. It was a hot day, but I got chills up and down my spine, and to this day, whenever I talk about it, I get those chills back again. And that's the only time I'd ever seen a steam engine then or since. I've always wanted. No, I take that back. I've ridden on a steam engine in Texas, the Tarantula train. I forgot all about the Tarantula train. It's an oil-fired. I think it's a 242 old-style switcher engine that they run around these tracks out of downtown Fort Worth. It's called the Tarantula train because the railroad system that they had built around Fort Worth, it was a hub and spoke railroad system, and it looked like a tarantula the way when you look at it from above on the map. So that was where it got its name, the Tarantula train. Really cool to ride in. The Freedom Train was coal-fired, whereas the Tarantula train had been converted to oil, and you can tell easily the difference between a steam smoke and oil smoke. There's all the difference in the world. It's very, very simple to figure out. Steam smoke is mainly white and gray, and oil smoke is almost exclusively black. There's just no hard way to tell them apart. Also, the exhaust stacks are different shape. The stacks for a steam locomotive, the exhaust stack is broader in diameter than the stack on an oil-fired because of the different pressure involved. Okay, so let's get to this farm article where I started a half hour ago. This was written, by the way, by Galen Tothero. Sorry, Galen, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Had never seen this byline on a Just the News article before. Okay, so Craig Hill, the president of Iowa Farm Bureau, said, as it stands, the proposal could become law with serious impact on farm families. Hill said the AFP is a major threat to passing farms to the next generation, which is what Democrats have always wanted. The Democrats don't want middle-class people to be able to pass on wealth. They want the middle class to be completely dependent upon the government. And if you can pass on wealth, you can get out of the middle class and you can become a higher end. And the Democrats don't want that. They're the only ones who want to be rich. They want everybody else to be dependent on them. It's been that way since Wilson. But anyway, so AFP can be contrasted with those in the Biden administration's rural plan developed for last November's election and published online. That document promises an approach, quote, that partners with rural communities to invest in their unique assets with the goal of giving young people more options to live, work, and raise the next generation in rural America, making sure the wealth created in rural America stays in rural America, close quote. Well, that sounds quite nice, quite idyllic. Continuing. The rural plan commits to, quote, making it easier to pass farms and ranches on to the next generation. Hill told the Center Square that simply is not true of Biden's proposal. The current cost of Iowa farms is inflated by easy money, and the dollar value of transferred family farms could end up incurring tax far beyond families' ability to pay. And that has been the case for quite some time, folks. Because, when you're talking any type of a decent-sized farm, it used to be you could buy farm acreage for like $10, $20 an acre way back in the day. Now it's worth thousands of dollars an acre for productive farms. Not only because it's productive farmland, but because it can be developed. And that kind of property is always very valuable to developers. So you can be sitting on millions and millions of dollars worth of farmland and not having a very large farm. You have inheritance taxes, and they tax everything, including the value of farmland. And it has been the case for a long time that many of the smaller farms that don't bring in a lot of revenue can't afford to pass the farm on to the next family, the next generation, because there's not enough cash on hand to pay for the inheritance tax, the transfer tax. And that helped to create corporate farming, which is basically the modern version of sharecropping. You live on it, you work on it, but you're paid a salary. You don't make money based on the value of the crop beyond a certain point. I believe there are some co-op, or should say corporate farm systems do have a production bonus, but it's normally not much compared to what you would have made on your own. Of course, the thing is with corporate farming, you're guaranteed a certain income, whereas on private farming, if you have a bad crop, you could lose everything for that year, and you're going to be behind on your payments on your equipment, behind on the payments on your house, your barn, all that stuff, because borrowing is not uncommon in the farming community, not by a long shot. In fact, it's normal course of business. You have to borrow money at the beginning of the year to pay for your seed, to pay for your fuel, to pay for your crop dusting. All that's coming out of your pocket as you line up to plant And then you're hoping for a good crop at the end of the year and good prices at the end of the year in order to make your money back plus some. Because you can have a great crop, but if prices are reduced, then obviously you're not going to make as much money, even though you have a lot of grain on or beans or whatever on hand. You're always at the mercy of farm futures. Trump did a great job for farmers with the deal he made with China, guaranteeing them a certain amount of sales, large amounts of sales, to that market that they weren't getting before. And China was paying a premium for pork and wheat because they have basically ruined their entire pork production with various viruses that have broken out, various swine flus that have decimated, or I should say, destroyed their ability to produce pork. They don't have enough room for grazing cattle, and they don't have the farming technology or really the soil structure to allow them to grow wheat. So that is their thing. In fact, they import rice from Australia, believe it or not. So China, as far as foodstuffs go, is entirely dependent upon foreign sources, except maybe for fishing. But China routinely fishes off the coasts of the Philippines and Japan and Taiwan and Vietnam, completely violating international sea law. They often use force to keep themselves from being brought in and impounded for breaking maritime law. Because as maritime law states, if you violate someone else's rights off of their coast, your ship can be impounded and your crew can be held until a fine is paid and they're allowed to be released. And China will often use force to keep themselves from having to go into port. We've all seen the video taken by a Vietnamese fisherman on a boat of a Chinese barge literally ramming into a Vietnamese fishing boat, destroying it, killing a crew member, and then refusing and using the bulk of the barge to keep the other Vietnamese fishing vessels from getting over there and helping to rescue the crew that did survive the crash. The ramming, excuse me. I played that video, 2 years ago, I think, last year. We've all seen it. It's horrifying, absolutely horrifying. You can just, that poor fishing vessel is just sitting there, and there's this slow-moving, relatively slow-moving, huge barge, chug, 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 just closing on it, and just ramming it and running it right over, just destroying it. Deliberately, completely deliberately. Oh, thank you, Doug. Thank you. I appreciate. Oh, you've got State Department Live. You said how long? Oh, that was long ago. Okay. Let me. It should be up. I'm so sorry I missed your chat, Doug. I'm so sorry I missed your chat. Or Lizard Bites, I should say. You put that up earlier. I'm sorry. You guys know how wrapped up I get in the sound of my voice. But that link should still be good. So as soon as I finish this story, I'll go right to it. Thank you both so much for letting me know about that. And again, my sincerest apologies for ignoring the chat as long as I have. Okay, so Hill told the Center Square that is simply not true of Biden's proposal regarding the rural plan versus the AFP. The current cost of Iowa farms is inflated by easy money, and the dollar value of transferred family farms could end up incurring tax penalties far beyond families' ability to pay. The planned exemption for a married couple is $1 million. Any excess would likely be taxed at about 40%. Given the average Iowa farm size of 359 acres at the current value of $7,559 per acre, that would leave the couple with a $1.7 million exposure to taxes. That amount is after the exemption is figured. The tax bill could reach as much as $680,000. The realities of farm family businesses need to be figured into any proposal, Hill insists. Otherwise, farm families could find themselves in a no-win situation, burdened by even higher levels of debt or forced to sell. As an example, he cites the 60% decline in the 80s of farm values. A similar decline down the road could mean farms would have paid large tax bills based on unrealistic, inflated numbers. In short, the variables of farm income, including perennial, narrow margins, and unpredictable crop yield seasons, do not appear to warrant what Hill describes as crippling taxes. Let's see here. The president's proposal puts a cap on $500,000 on the use of Section 1031, and that's the tax code that allows family farmers to swap properties and defer the capital gains tax. Family farmers often use the 1031 exchange to invest the returns from the sale of the farm assets into new farm assets of similar or greater value. And this is according to Senator John Bozeman of Arkansas, top Republican on the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. However, let's see. However, the president's proposal would put a cap of $500,000 on use of Section 1031. That would restrict a 100-year-old tool used by family farms, Boozman says. Quote, the land swap tax will dry up the farmland market, create barriers to entry for new or beginning farmers, and stunt agriculture business growth and reinvestment in much of rural America, close quote. Peterson says the AFP would the American Families Act, AFP, American Families, whatever, would pass through the House but not make it through the Senate when it's business as usual. Quote, however, there is a danger that with the partisanship going on in D.C., the proposal could go into a reconciliation bill without having anybody in the room who really understands the severity of this change and get passed into law. And this is a... So, for Peterson, the bottom line is maintaining the status quo. Quote, we need to fight to keep the current estate tax system that we work so hard to develop and convince policymakers to drop this idea of the transfer tax. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad we got to the story. All right, so I've got links here to follow. And again, thank you all so much for your help with that. Let me get to this here. Got a link from Dog here. Let me pull it up.
We no longer know how.
This is the State Department briefing on the Washington Post website. Right now it has 142 likes and 91 dislikes. Of course, the Washington Post tends to draw big-time left-wingers. Interesting fact, folks, the Washington Post has almost as many subscribers as the White House channel. The White House channel has 1.9 million subscribers, as I remember it, and the Washington Post has 1.76 million. But also like the White House site, comments are turned off. So I will give this a downvote. All right, we'll skip this commercial and we'll get right to it.
How to live without.
I will do my best, my utmost best, to not interrupt this one. I'll try to hold my remarks as best I can until afterwards. I promise I will do my absolute best.
Refrigerators, without cars, without phones.
That there will be accountability should the Taliban not live up to.
Oh, wait, okay, so obviously this is still ongoing. Let me scrub to the beginning. This is Ned Price, isn't it? He's a complete loser, a complete and utter loser. I've yet to see him do one briefing where he doesn't look like a complete and utter fool. All right, yeah, here we go. Boy, that room is full. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 reporters. 9 reporters on a State Department briefing. Wow. Wow. That is pathetic, sad, woeful, and disdainful. That is just disgusting. Wow. Interestingly enough, it looks like 7/8 of them are women. I see 2 guys in that entire room. All the rest are women. I'm sorry, 7/9. Pardon me, 7/9. I just counted it out. All right, let me, because when I backed it up to the right part.
Date on Afghanistan. As you've heard, we've evacuated approximately 13,000 people on U.S. military aircraft since August 14th, and we've relocated more than 18,000 since the end of last month. The U.S. military evacuated 5,700 people in the last 24 hours alone. Our diplomats, whether in Kabul, here in Washington, elsewhere around the world, have been working around the clock, and I mean that literally, to coordinate thousands of evacuations, line up partner countries to help with the effort, including transit and resettlement, and lay the groundwork for a diplomatic approach moving forward. We're focused on safely getting as many people out of Afghanistan as quickly as possible. And of course, our top priority is the safety and the security of the American people. To do that, we have set up an unprecedented task force with the sole goal of locating and offering guidance to any U.S. citizen who may be present in Afghanistan and who wishes to depart. Hundreds of consular officers from across our Bureau of Consular Affairs and our posts worldwide are taking part in this effort. This task force uses all available data to contact U.S. citizens who may still be present in Afghanistan to determine how best to assist each one of them. Each U.S. citizen who has contacted us and who may still be present in Afghanistan will receive a personalized communication, and in many cases, that's a phone call, to determine their present location and potential interest in repatriation. U.S. citizens requesting assistance who have not already completed what's called the Rapid Assistance Request Form, which is available on the embassy's website, should do so as soon as possible. We encourage all U.S. citizens in Afghanistan to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, regardless of if they need assistance, so that we can be in a position to communicate important information going forward. Second, I'll share an update on our ongoing intensive diplomatic efforts. Over the past several days, we have mobilized a global effort through diplomatic channels to evacuate U.S. citizens, personnel from partner nations, and of course, at-risk Afghans from Kabul. We extend special thanks to our partners around the globe who have been instrumental in this operation in all of its many parts: Bahrain, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Qatar, Tajikistan, Turkey, the UAE, the United Kingdom, and Uzbekistan have been or will soon be transiting Americans, or in some circumstances, others through their territories to safety. Albania, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, Chile, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Mexico, Poland, Qatar, Rwanda, Ukraine, and Uganda have also made generous offers regarding the relocation efforts for at-risk Afghans. We deeply appreciate the support they have offered, and we are proud to partner with them in our shared support for the Afghan people. We are very encouraged that other countries are also considering providing additional support, and this is something on which we will continue to be focused. Finally, this morning, Secretary Blinken participated in a virtual meeting of NATO foreign ministers to discuss the ongoing security and humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, as well as our joint efforts with NATO allies and other partners to safely evacuate our citizens and our Afghan allies who may be at risk. The allies agreed that any future government must adhere to Afghanistan's international obligations, safeguard the human rights of all Afghans, and that includes, of course, women, children, and minorities, uphold the rule of law, allow unhindered humanitarian access, and ensure that Afghanistan never again serves as a safe haven for terrorism.
You're going to do
Secretary Blinken
letter.
also conveyed his deep appreciation for Allied sacrifices and commitment over 2 decades, alongside us in Afghanistan, as well as our enduring commitment to the alliance going forward. One additional element before we get to your questions. Today, in concert with the United Kingdom, the United States is imposing additional costs on the Russian Federation on the 1-year anniversary of the poisoning of Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny, which of course was used with a Novichok nerve agent. Together with our allies, we condemn the August 2020 attempt on Alexei Navalny and subsequent actions intended to stop his efforts to hold the Russian government accountable, including his imprisonment in January of this year. It's clear that Russian officials targeted Mr. Navalny for his activism and efforts to reveal what are uncomfortable truths about Russian officials' corruption and his efforts to give voice to Russian citizens' legitimate grievances with their government and its policies. Our actions today, which were exercised by the U.S. Departments of State, Treasury, Justice, and Commerce send a clear signal that there will be no impunity for the use of chemical weapons, including for the individuals and the organizations involved in this case. Any use of chemical weapons is unacceptable and contravenes international norms. The United States calls upon Russia to comply with its obligations under the Chemical Weapons Convention. We reiterate our call for the Russian government to immediately and unconditionally release Mr. Navalny. The department also submitted a report to Congress today pursuant to the Protecting Europe's Energy Security Act of 2019, or PISA, as we call it, to continue to address Nord Stream 2. As a result, 2 Russian entities will be sanctioned and 2 Russian vessels will be listed as blocked property. As we have said, the administration continues to oppose Nord Stream 2 as a bad deal for Ukraine and a bad deal for Europe and a harmful Russian geopolitical project. We remain committed to implementing PISA, even as we take steps to reduce the risk an operational NS2 pipeline would pose to European energy security and the security of Ukraine and frontline NATO and EU countries. With today's action, the administration has now sanctioned 7 persons and identified 16 of their vessels as blocked property pursuant to PISA in connection with this Nord Stream 2 project. The administration continues to work with Germany, with Ukraine, and other allies and partners to implement the July 21st joint statement that we agreed to with Germany on support for Ukraine, energy security, and our climate goals. Today's actions send a clear signal to Russia that the United States is united in our commitment to impose costs on Russia for its aggression and malign activities, and to support a more secure and sustainable energy future for Ukraine and our partners in Europe. With that, I don't know where to begin since we're missing our front row, but please.
Just have a couple questions on numbers. In his speech today, the president said... Let me, this one time I'll interrupt. This guy who's about to ask a question, he's the best reporter in Washington, even I think better than Peter Doocy. This guy, I think he's with AP. He has been around forever. Forever. You can't miss his voice. He has an extremely distinctive voice. And this guy is... I will give Ned Price credit. He almost always calls on this guy first. So I will give him credit for that. And this guy, every time I've listened to him, just blisters Ned Price and completely puts Price back on his heels from the word go. So again, I will give Ned Price credit for almost always calling on this guy first. He gets the machine gun fire out of the way, and then he hopes for the easy stuff after that. But so, and also hoping to lessen the impact of what happened at the beginning, hoping people will forget that over time. So it's a strategic move too. But this, I'm okay. Well, let's just lay back and let it happen. Let me back up just a little bit so I don't cover the first part of his question.
Citizens, do you have a...
Oh, screwed up. Sorry. I may be wrong about who that is. That voice sounded like that guy.
To Russian citizens' legitimate grievances with their government and its policies. Our actions today, 2 Russian vessels will be listed as blocked property. As we have said, the administration continues to oppose Nord Stream 2 as a bad deal for Ukraine and a bad deal for Europe and a harmful Russian geopolitical project.
Then why did you let it go through?
To implementing PISA, even as we take steps to reduce the risk an operational NS2 pipeline would pose to European energy security and the security of Ukraine and frontline NATO and EU countries. With today's action, the administration has now sanctioned 7 persons and identified 16 of their vessels as blocked property pursuant to PISA in connection with this Nord Stream 2 project. The administration continues to work with Germany, with Ukraine, and other allies and partners to implement the July 21st joint statement that we agreed to with Germany on support for Ukraine, energy security, and our climate goals. Today's actions send a clear signal to Russia that the United States is united in our commitment to impose costs on Russia for its aggression and malign activities, and to support a more secure and sustainable energy future for Ukraine and our partners in Europe. With that, I don't know where to begin since we're missing our front row, but please.
Just have a couple questions on numbers. In his speech today, the president said that the U.S. was making the same commitment to Afghans. He mentioned SIV applicants, people who had worked at NGOs, other vulnerable Afghans, as he was making to U.S. citizens. Do you have a
I was wrong. This is not the guy I thought it was. My bad.
general estimate of how many people would be included in that universe of potential evacuees to include all those groups of Afghans?
Well, let me take this in turns. As you know, we have a commitment to the American citizens who are in Afghanistan. We have spoken of our enduring commitment to those Afghans who have worked with us, and that includes our locally employed staff, that is to say, those who worked with us at our embassy in Kabul, as well as the many brave Afghans who partnered with the United States government over the course of some 20 years, in many instances putting themselves or their families at risk. This so-called SIV program is a program that this administration has prioritized from day one, and we've made very clear that we are committed to doing all we can for these brave Afghans and their families. When it comes to American citizens, when it comes to our locally employed staff, and when it comes to a certain segment of the SIV population, that is to say those SIV applicants who have completed stages of their security vetting process, we have reached out to them and we have instructed them to consider traveling to the Hamid Karzai International Airport. Now, each one of these universes, numbers are, precise numbers can be difficult to discern. We know in the SIV population that there are a number of Afghans who have completed what's called the Chief of Mission stage and who have completed part or all of the security vetting stage. Those are the SIV applicants that we've reached out to. When it comes to, and of course, their dependents. And so you know that SIV applicants are eligible to bring a spouse and minor children as well, which of course adds to the tallies. There have been a lot of questions, of course, about figures when it comes to U.S. citizens. And so it's worth offering just a bit of context there. I think, as you know, Nick, whether the country is France or Afghanistan, the State Department doesn't track the movement of American citizens.
I'm not asking about American citizens. I'm just asking about the broad universe of Afghans who would potentially come out. The president said in an interview with ABC a couple days ago, he put that number at no more than 65,000 people. There was a statement today from one advocacy group that said that the U.S. should consider airlifting out about 200,000 people. There's some estimates that there may be as many as 500,000 people who need to come out. So we know the president has a number in his head of 65,000 people for that broad universe, not talking about American citizens. Does the State Department have a number when it looks at the overall capacity, obviously, that it can get out, but how many people may want to come out?
So again, that overall number is going to depend on a few factors. First, it's going to depend on the number of people who wish to be relocated, and that includes in all of those categories. We have made contact with many of these individuals. We have indicated that if they wish to relocate, that we are offering to facilitate that for them, and that in some cases they should consider making their way to the airport compound. But the broad point here is that we have dramatically increased capacity over recent days, and this, of course, is capacity that is on top of Operation Allies Refuge, which we launched in the middle of last month to begin the airlift operation for a segment of the SIV population. What it comes down to is the fact that we are going to do as much as we can for as long as we can for as many people as we can.
I just to hammer this out, the president someone gave him a number of 65,000 people. So can you just get, I mean, clearly when you go about planning this evacuation process, you have this deadline of August 31st, you have the capacity, maybe that's somewhere in the range of 100,000 people, whatever it may be. What is the State Department thinking in terms of how many people overall are actually going to want to come out?
Those are conversations that are ongoing right now. Again, we have reached out to all of these populations, to American citizens, to Afghans who may be at risk, to third country nationals, partners who have worked with us on the ground, to, in many cases, make the offer of relocation. But before we can relocate someone, we need to ascertain that that person, in fact, wants to be relocated. When it comes to the American citizens, this task force that I talked about, what they are doing, and these are not individuals who are based in Kabul, they're based around the world. They are going through the registrations. The registrations that American citizens based in Kabul have submitted using the contact information that they have provided. At first it started with emails, but now we've moved on to personal communication and personal correspondence. And we are reaching out with phone calls and contacting them, asking about their situation, where they are, who they may be with, and whether they would like to seek relocation to the United States.
You guys are in a situation now where you have this deadline and you have the promise from the president. I just don't see how those two things can be squared if you have this promise from the president to help this massive group of people, but you have essentially now an 11-day deadline to get all that done. How are you going to do it?
We have, as you've heard from the Department of Defense, tremendous airlift capacity. That capacity has increased by the day. Right now, we are able, and you've heard the numbers today, 5,700 people, 13,000 people since August 14th, 18,000 people since the end of last month. Of course, there are several different ingredients. The most important ingredient is the people, and having the people present and alerting the right categories of people at the right time. That is something that the Department of State has been doing for several days now. The airlift capacity is another element of this, and DoD has spoken to their ability to increase that capacity over the past several days. But then the transit sites. As you know, many of these individuals we've been able to relocate have been going to Doha, Qatar, of late. But we are gratified that we have a number of countries, many of which I just mentioned, that have offered to host, whether it is American citizens who are transiting back to the United States, whether it is third country nationals, and some of them have been very generous and offered to host at-risk Afghans. I can confirm that we have begun to transfer people from Doha. The first flights have arrived at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. We expect to have other locations coming online in the coming days, which will allow us to make sure that we're able to maximize that flow. Because again, what we want to do in all of this, the metric and the only metric we care about, is how many people we are able to relocate, to bring to safety, whether that is Americans that we're repatriating to the United States, whether it is third country nationals whose relocation we're facilitating to their home countries, or whether it is to at-risk Afghans. In many cases, SIV applicants will be brought to the United States. In some cases, we have heard these very generous offers of support from partners, from allies around the world, who will be willing to host at-risk Afghans as they undergo that processing. Kylie.
Okay, so can you just list the countries that are right now receiving these U.S. evacuation flights? Just list, and then we'll move on.
So we will actually have a statement from the Secretary where he's going to be in a position to offer some additional detail on this. But as you know, many of these individuals have been going to Doha to date. The first flights have now landed in Ramstein Air Base. Bahrain has agreed to host and has been playing host to some of those we have transferred from Afghanistan. And you will see in a statement from the Secretary, I would expect later today, there is a broader universe of countries that have agreed to host either at-risk Afghans, American citizens, or third country nationals.
But we're now almost a week into this evacuation effort. As of today, there's only one country that is definitively accepting these U.S. evacuation flights. So what does that say about your guys' process behind this?
Well, that's not accurate. There is one country where at-risk Afghans have been going. We have been at this for some time now, since the security situation in Kabul began to deteriorate. Among those we've evacuated in the past week or so have included members of our embassy team, American direct hire employees.
But at-risk Afghans are the majority of the people that we're talking about here. So if you only had one country that up until this date has agreed to accept those Afghans, why was that the case? What happened?
Well, Kylie, as you know, we have, and DoD has spoken to their tremendous capacity here in the United States to host SIV applicants at military bases. And they've spoken to this in terms of tens of thousands. My colleague at the Pentagon was just speaking to this. So it is not the case that there is only one location for at-risk Afghans. As these operations have started,
one foreign country that's accepting at-risk Afghans at this moment. Is that correct?
There is, first of all, we have relocated to the United States 2,000 SIV applicants under Operation Allies Refuge. Doha has very generously agreed to host these at-risk Afghans as they undergo their processing and continue on to their final destinations. In many cases, that is going to be the United States if they are SIV applicants. So Qatar is not intended to be a long-term location for any Afghans, for any Americans, of course, for any third country nationals. And in fact, flights have already started to take off from Qatar to bring people on a commercial basis, on a charter basis, to the United States, in the case of American citizens, to Ramstein, as I mentioned, for others. And we're going to have additional capacity coming online very soon, in addition to the military bases here that, as you've heard from the Pentagon, can host thousands upon thousands of at-risk Afghans. Laura.
So I missed much of Kirby's briefing today, but can you bring us up to speed on what exactly happened today with regard to the flights and the thousands? I think one of the generals said that it was in the thousands of Afghans who were delayed for 6 hours today when they were alerted that Doha had shut down. So is Doha, is the site in Doha, has it reopened? Is the throughput at equilibrium yet, or are all of those flights now headed to Ramstein?
Well, the status of the facility in Doha didn't change. It just reached a point where we thought it imprudent, the military thought it imprudent, to continue relocation flights from Kabul to Doha until we were able to move some of the individuals in Doha to other locations.
That's a lie.
No, that is not the case. And again, you'll need to talk to my Pentagon colleagues about this, but they briefed that there was a brief operational pause. That pause is now ended. As I was telling Kylie and Nick, we have now been able to transfer individuals from Doha to other locations, including to Ramstein Air Base. I should also say that this is not just a purely military relocation effort. When individuals arrive in Qatar, especially U.S. citizens, they have charter options, they have commercial options, and that will continue to allow us to relocate individuals with some alacrity from Doha, and even more so now that we have additional sites coming online, have already come online, and will come online in the coming hours and coming days.
So just to clarify, the people who were flown to Ramstein today, they came from Doha. It was not that they went from Kabul to Ramstein.
That's correct.
They went from, the flight still went from Kabul to Doha, and there were flights from Doha to Ramstein,
That's
right?
correct. That's
Why
right.
not just go from Kabul to Ramstein?
This is an operational question better directed at DoD, but my understanding is that it is more efficient, including for fuel purposes, if the flights go from Kabul to Doha. Yes, definitely. I'll come back to you, Connor. Is that okay? Definitely.
Can I just clarify something
Sure.
from the top quickly? You listed countries where Americans and some others will transit through.
That's right.
Are they flying directly to those countries listed from Kabul or are transferred from Doha?
So in most cases, individuals will transfer through a country like Qatar or a country like Bahrain, countries that are in the region, again, for efficiency of flight, for efficiency of fuel as well. And then from those locations, if they are American citizens, for example, there will be charter options, there will be commercial options. Some of you may have seen that some State Department charters have already arrived and have been arriving in the United States over the past hours, and so that will continue. Connor.
The president said that it was because they didn't have enough people to make sure that they were processing the arriving evacuees. Is that a failure of this department to have enough consular officers on hand to process as many people as you had coming in?
So Connor, what I'll say is this is a complex operation, the likes of which haven't been attempted. When I say it's complex, it involves the Department of Defense, Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, primarily in that context. So it's a matter of transporting people from Kabul to Doha. It's a matter of having facilities like the one in Doha, like the one in Ramstein, like the facilities that will be coming online elsewhere. But there's also a DHS component to this, because in Doha, there is immigration processing, there's biometric processing that is taking place. And so there are a number of steps that individuals go through before they transit from Doha. But again,
if they aren't in a database,
or will people just get off of one plane and get on another when they're heading on to?
Our goal is to make these intermediate stops, like the one in Doha, as brief as possible. Our goal is to have people reach their final destinations, whether that is the United States, whether that is another third country that has generously agreed to open its doors, to open its borders to those at risk and needing refuge. And so that will be our goal.
Follow up on this. It's important to have these agreements, but it's also important that people have access to the airport. And it continues to be the case that many Afghans and many American citizens and lawful permanent residents as well have not been able to get through. Are you denying, is the administration denying, as the president did earlier, that is the case?
I don't think anyone is denying the reports that are out there.
Liar.
Every single report that we see, and we're seeing some of the same reports you are. In fact, they're coming from some of your networks, the anecdotal reports, the reports on Twitter, on social media. Every single report of impeded access is something we take extraordinarily seriously. The stories that we're hearing from some of these individuals are harrowing. What
are you doing about it?
What I can confirm for you is what we have heard firsthand. And we often have the best data when it comes to the American people, when it comes to U.S. citizens who are in Afghanistan. As I've said, we have been in regular touch with U.S. citizens in Afghanistan during this evacuation effort and regularly before that, offering them guidance about the security risks of remaining in Afghanistan, which of course have been profound for some time. As we
wait a minute. I said I would try not to interrupt as often as possible, but this, I have to come in here. First of all, he just said he has seen those reports of people not being able to get through. Call them anecdotal. Fine, if you want to be pedantic about it, they are anecdotal, but they're documented. They're true. So we have that. Then he said, I don't think anyone is denying those reports. President Biden specifically said that wasn't happening. He specifically said that to a specific question, that people were getting through, that the Taliban was honoring U.S. passports and visas from Afghanis, etc., etc., etc. He said that. So F you, Ned, for that one. And now he's talking about how we've been in contact with U.S. citizens in Afghanistan all this time, letting them know about the threats, letting them know about the situation on the ground. You made no plans to evacuate anyone at all, ever, until Monday. Up until then, the only thing you did was get the embassy staff out, which again is the very last thing you're supposed to do. The very last thing you're supposed to do is close the embassy. Instead, you did that first. And he's also saying that they're keeping in contact with these people now. But we just read the story yet again where it says on the bottom of those messages from the State Department to these people, the United States government cannot guarantee your safety on your way to the airport. Direct quote from those documents. Direct quote. Yet all we hear from them over and over again is we're doing everything we can. And you know what that means? What Biden said. Knock on wood. That's what they mean. Knock on wood. That's it. That's they're doing everything they can. Knock on wood.
Been in touch with American citizens as we have directed them to consider making that transit to the airport compound. We have received only a small number of reports from American citizens that their access has been impeded in some way, that they have faced any sort of hardship or resistance getting to the airport. Having said all that, this is an issue that we take with the utmost importance. We're treating it with the utmost importance. And that is why, through both political and military channels, we are engaging with the Taliban to do everything we can to facilitate safe passage. Safe passage for Americans, safe passage for third country nationals, but also, of course, safe passage for Afghans who may be at risk. And many of these harrowing stories are emanating from Afghans who are finding resistance, individuals who may not have a blue passport. And so we're taking that very seriously. In all of our engagements...
When you raise this with the Taliban, what is their response to you? And you say again and again that these conversations have been productive or constructive. Have they made this commitment to you again and again? And if so, it's clearly not bearing out on the ground. So what are you willing to do about it?
The Taliban have told us the same thing they have said publicly, that they have no intention of impeding our operations or of standing in the way of those who are seeking passage to the airport. Again,
you mean the same Taliban that are firing literally hundreds of rounds of live ammunition over the heads of people within feet, within inches, really, of crowds surrounding the gates to the airport? That orderly process, they're throwing. We had a report that they're throwing flashbangs into the crowd, which means they have access to military hardware, which we know. We've seen it firsthand. That Taliban, the 8th century cavemen who believe in the most extreme interpretation of the Quran, you're believing their public and private comments and completely ignoring what they're actually doing? I hate this administration with the heat of 1,000 suns.
They're on a disconnect between the fighters and the leadership?
Well, again, I've said this in several different contexts. Their words are one thing. The only thing that matters to us are the actions.
But on day 5 now, their actions have shown that they're not willing to give people passage.
Well, again, Connor, we can only speak to our firsthand accounts. And most of those firsthand accounts come to us from the American people, from U.S. citizens with whom we've been in contact on the ground, and to whom we've provided direct and specific instructions about when and how they might seek to reach the airport. And we have not received a large number. In fact, we've only received a small number and sporadic reports of individuals whose passage has been impeded. But that doesn't mean we're going to diminish in any way our efforts to impress upon the Taliban the importance of this. The other point I would make is that it is not just the United States that is saying this. More than 100 countries, 112 countries at last count, have come together to make the point that their citizens, that third country nationals, and that all Afghans, all people in Kabul or Afghanistan more broadly, should be afforded the right of safe passage. We have been nothing but clear with the Taliban. They know that where we stand on this. They also know of the severe and significant consequences should they seek to disrupt our operations or seek to threaten, seek to inflict harm upon our people.
They have done that repeatedly. Repeatedly. You just said you've gotten reports of that. I don't care if it's only a few, according to you, which I don't believe at all. It's happening. And your strongly worded letter from 112 countries, I don't think is going to impress a bunch of terrorists. Just saying. Just saying. Yasser Arafat didn't comply with his deal with Menachem Begin. And, that was signed at Camp David in front of a damn president, dude.
I can tell you, and this is relevant to the question. The special representative remains in Doha. He has continued to be in contact with the Taliban political office leadership that remains there in Doha. We have a military channel, as we've talked about as well, and we've impressed this upon them in both channels. For what it's worth, the Taliban, relevant to the ability of people to leave the country going forward, have assured us that they will allow Afghans who wish to leave the country to do so after August 31st. They at least profess to agree with us that a functioning, secure, and operational airport is essential to the well-being of the Afghan people and the maintenance of the Afghan economy. We agree with that. So there is certainly the possibility, and it's one we're going to continue to push for in every way we can with our international partners, that even once the U.S. military is no longer running the airport compound, that the civilian airport will be accessible to commercial flights, to charter flights, and importantly, and this is a task that will remain even after the U.S. military and our diplomatic presence is gone, importantly, the Taliban must live up to its word about allowing safe passage to those who are seeking to go to the airport.
Or what?
Let me just, for
or
fairness sake,
what?
Please.
Let me just follow up on this point. So the president said that any Americans who want to leave, they just have to show their passport, presume at the checkpoints that are controlled by Taliban. So does this apply to the SIVs, that they go to the same checkpoint and say, please allow us, we're going to the airport because we work with the Americans, considering that the reports that actually Taliban is compiling a list of everybody who worked with the U.S. Army. Does this make sense to you, that the Taliban will allow them safely to exit and go to the airport?
What it is, it's something that is of profound importance to us. Whether or not it makes sense to the Taliban, we have him, and they say that they get it. They say that they will allow safe passage to anyone who wishes to reach the airport. Again, these are the words of the Taliban. We take them for what they are, but we are going together with our international partners to do everything we can to see to it that they make good on their word, and at the same time that they understand the consequences of not doing so. Now, of course, American citizens do have, in many cases, a blue passport, and that may get back to the point that we were discussing earlier, namely that when it comes to those firsthand accounts, the number of reports we have heard directly from Americans about an inability or a risk they faced in transiting to the airport, those have been relatively small. We've seen the reports, you all have seen the reports of Afghans who have been harassed, who may not have been allowed safe passage. I can tell you that we are providing very specific, precise instructions to everyone we are in a position to relocate. That includes American citizens, that includes our locally employed staff, that includes third country nationals, that includes Afghans at risk, and within that category, the special immigrant visa holders or special immigrant visa applicants. To all of these individuals, whether or not they have a blue passport, we are providing them with an official document. that it is our expectation will facilitate their safe passage to the airport. This is something, again, that we take extraordinarily seriously. Our international partners on the ground take it extraordinarily seriously for their nationals, for those who have worked alongside them in Afghanistan. And we are saying this with one voice to the Taliban and making the point in unison, in a chorus, that there will be accountability should the Taliban not live up to this commitment. Yes?
Commitment. What's the punishment?
So part of this is where the international community will stand as a large bloc, and we're starting to see the international community signal very clearly that we are going to speak and we are going to act as a bloc when it comes to the Taliban. Over the course of the past week, there have been any number of multilateral and international gatherings where this same message has rung true. Just this morning, and I mentioned this in the topper, the Secretary took part in a meeting of the NATO foreign ministers on Afghanistan. The foreign minister said, any future Afghan government must adhere to Afghanistan's international obligations, safeguard the human rights of its people, and uphold the rule of law and allow unhindered humanitarian access. The same message came out of the G7 yesterday. The same message was put forward by some 112 countries earlier this week. The same message was put forward by the United States, our EU allies and partners, and a number of other countries in the region, the Indo-Pacific, and well beyond. This is, I suspect, the same message that we'll hear on Monday when President Biden meets with his G7 counterparts, when they meet virtually to discuss this. This is about whether any future government in Afghanistan will accrue what we know, and almost certainly they know, they need in order to run a country effectively.
We've already seen the IMF hold off on sending COVID-related funding to Afghanistan because it says they don't know who's in charge. Is the international community similarly prepared to impose financial sanctions, travel bans, asset seizures, essentially isolate the Taliban because it does appear they're going to be the ones in charge? Is that the kind of ramification the Taliban is running the risk of incurring?
Absolutely. We have made that very clear. Right now, we are undertaking our assistance. Of course, we are not going to provide assistance to any government, to any force that doesn't uphold those basic norms, those basic obligations to their people and within the international community. We have been clear about this. There are dozens of statements from our counterparts around the world who've been clear about this. I could run through the list, but the one that, and I see some head shaking, so I won't. But you have heard from some of our counterparts that, to quote, not a single cent not another cent will go to a future government of Afghanistan that doesn't uphold these basic rights, that doesn't protect all of its people. That includes women, girls, minorities. This is something that the United States is speaking very clearly about. We are watching very closely, but perhaps even more importantly, we are doing that in conjunction, in cooperation with our allies and partners. And you've heard us say that in any number of multilateral contexts over the past few days, and will continue.
Ned, did China, Russia, Iran, and Pakistan sign on to that as well? Just curious, because you've never mentioned their names as being part of this worldwide alliance. And it would seem kind of interesting that if they didn't, you are under the impression that they would not support the Taliban, at least in certain non-material ways, over the top, explicitly, but under the table, perhaps giving them sweetheart deals on mining operations. Remember, the Taliban is sitting on $1 trillion worth of minerals in the northern part of the country. At the lowest estimate, $1 trillion. China is already talking about coming in and doing Belt and Road projects in Taliban. Russia and China never closed their embassies in Kabul, and it's quite obvious that Russian, Chinese, Pakistani, and Iranian technicians are on their way to the country right now to start doing reverse engineering processes on all of the billions of dollars of equipment we left behind, including the state-of-the-art drones that were left behind. I can't remember the name of the drones now. Serpent drones, I think they are. And of course, as I said earlier, all of our encrypted communication equipment. As those of you who weren't here earlier, I came to the realization that since the Taliban now has basically every piece of U.S. equipment we had ever put in country, at least recently, they have access to all of our secure communications systems, our crypto secure communication systems, which means that right now, every Marine, Air Force, and Army unit has to take their crypto technology out of the field and wait until whomever our prime contractor is for that stuff can create an entire new system, because it is now in the hands of the enemy. This is just as big as when the British broke the Enigma code from the Germans in World War II. Just as big. But now we know that they have that stuff. And we are deaf, dumb, and blind until we can get all that stuff put back out in the field with a brand new encryption system. Because if they use it now, they're broadcasting, as they say in signal ops, they're broadcasting in the clear. They can pick up every word. Every word.
To do that.
What about putting it on the FTO list?
I'm sorry?
What about putting it on the FTO
Look,
list?
we have a number of tools at our disposal. The Taliban right now is a specially designated global terrorist group. They're on the SDGT designation list. That is one tool. There is, it's both a stick and it's both a carrot, a potential inducement to induce the Taliban to uphold those basic international norms, the basic rights of its people. But the FTO list, other sanctions, that's one single tool. The United States has many different tools. Acting together with the international community, with the UN, we'll have a number of different tools. Yes?
Sorry, there was a report just now that the defense secretary told congressional leaders that Americans were beaten there. So can you confirm that first off? And this is the first indication of what yet to come by the Taliban.
Again, every single report, whether it is an American citizen, and we are in direct contact with American citizens, we take those extraordinarily seriously, or there are reports we're seeing about at-risk Afghans who may be impeded. We take those extraordinarily seriously. It's difficult for us to speak to reports that are anecdotal, that may be on social media. The reports we can speak to are those.
The secretary told congressional leaders, according to politics.
The reports we can speak to are those reports that we have heard firsthand, because we are in regular, constant communication with American citizens on the ground, providing them guidance, providing them instructions. So oftentimes we do know the most about what American citizens are faring, but I'm just not in a position to confirm specific reports from here. Yes?
The embassy in Kabul sent a dissent cable in July directly to the secretary. On that same call with House lawmakers this afternoon, the secretary said that he received that cable and read it in mid-July. Why were there no preparations for a smoother transition?
I will come to that because we do not agree with that premise. But let me start with just a broader word about how we approach this generally. We believe that constructive internal dissent is valuable. It is something we welcome. We believe it to be patriotic. We know it to be protected. And we have full confidence that constructive internal dissent makes us more effective. And that's why the Secretary has pledged, and in fact does, read every single communication that comes in through the dissent cable. Not only does he read it, he contributes and approves every single reply that goes back. More importantly,
in other words,
and
he
to be very clear
micromanages.
about this, we are
A sign of a really pathetic manager.
to incorporate the channel's constructive and thoughtful ideas into our policy planning, into our contingency planning. That is always, 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 to your question, what we do. We're also committed to the integrity of the channel. We want our employees to know that this channel is protected. This is a channel where they can express their candid, unvarnished thoughts and analysis to the highest levels of this department without fear of retribution, without fear of reprisals. And that's precisely why we don't comment publicly on these messages, even when they may not be classified. So that's the backdrop. When it comes to the SIV processing, when it comes to contingency planning, let me make a couple points. As you know, we've had an opportunity to discuss this in this room and in other venues in recent days. We have gone to extraordinary lengths to expand our capacity to process special immigrant visas over the course of this administration. I mentioned this yesterday, but it's relevant to this discussion. When we took office, not a single SIV interview had been conducted since March of 2020. Now, of course, this was due to the COVID protocols that were in place. But within 2 weeks of this administration taking office, those SIV interviews had restarted. As of earlier this month, we were processing more than 800 visas per week. That is an increase of more than eightfold. We were at about 100 visas per week as earlier this year. And that doesn't happen by accident. That was the result of steps that the department took, that President Biden took. President Biden issued an EO that ordered this department to take a holistic look at this program and to streamline it, to make improvements, which is precisely what we did. It is also a function of the support we have had from members of Congress, because again, this is a 14-step program that is defined in statute. And so we have to work in partnership with Congress on this in terms of the programmatic details of it, but also the budgetary implications. So by earlier this month, we had been able to increase our processing eightfold. And we did that in spite of a COVID outbreak, in spite of a program that was in some state of disrepair when this administration came into office. I mentioned this yesterday, but there was actually an Inspector General investigation into the SIV program mid last year. And it was pretty blunt in its findings. Chronic understaffing, a lack of a single coordinating figure, an interagency dynamic that included not only the Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, other departments and agencies that...
It's Trump's fault, folks. It's Trump's fault. He just said so. They can't go one press conference without blaming Trump. Not one.
That made the processing less than streamlined. On top of all that, the increased throughput in terms of visa processing, we, in mid last month, announced the launch of Operation Allies Refuge. And this was the effort to bring to this country SIV applicants who had completed a certain stage of the security vetting process. That effort is now very much still underway, although in a different form. I say all that not to suggest that we have accomplished what we sought out to do. Far from it. There is a lot of unfinished business here, and in fact, in many ways, the most important elements of this project are ahead of us rather than behind us. Because right now, working together with the U.S. military, we're in the midst of an airlift operation that, at least to my mind, is largely unprecedented. And it is a reflection of the commitment we have to SIV applicants, that not only have we followed through on that commitment to grant them the visa, which is what the SIV program was envisioned to do, but that we are in the midst of an ambitious operation to actually bring them to the United States. So to be clear, every time we get a constructive idea, whether it is at the table in a policy meeting, whether it's from our counterparts at a different department or agency, or whether it's through the dissent channel, we incorporate that into our planning. It is fair to say that by last month, of course, there was quite in-depth contingency planning. Contingency planning was something that we started for Afghanistan early in this administration, knowing that we faced a series of important dates, with May 1, the decision that would come before that, and the retrograde operations that would come after that. So the contingency planning, the scenario planning was already very much underway. Every single good and constructive idea was fed into that. It made us better. It made us more efficient. And ultimately, it has allowed us to serve our Afghan partners even more effectively.
I have a disruptive idea. It's actually coming from our colleague from CBS News, who says that she's interviewed multiple green card holders who are sitting in Doha in what looks like a gym. They're not being allowed to leave. Some have been there for several days, which doesn't make any sense, because if they've got valid visas, they should be able to get on a flight and get out. Do you have, is this an aberration in a system that's overwhelmed right now, or is this something that you can take and look into to kind of unfurl this process?
Well, as I said, our goal is to see to it that individuals are in transit countries for as short a period as possible. And it's certainly our intent to have and to see this process speed up. And we're going to be able to do that for a number of reasons, but first and foremost, because we have this additional capacity coming on board. In order to see a steady flow through places like Doha, we have already brought other sites online. I've confirmed that flights have landed at Ramstein. You heard me list a litany of countries that have agreed to host in some form or fashion American citizens, third country nationals, Afghans at risk.
These guys seem to have slipped through the cracks, I think, is the concern. And so is this a process that's just completely overwhelmed at this point?
Again, it's very difficult for me to speak to anecdotal reports. Even if I could, we typically don't do that from the podium out of privacy concerns and other considerations. But every report like this is one that we will look into. Broadly speaking, we do expect that the flow through transit points like Doha will move at a faster clip in the coming hours and the coming days, given the capacity that's coming online. Yes?
So can I give an example? There is an Afghan who works for the US Embassy. Now he's stuck outside. What should he do to get in? Can he get a piece of paper which will let him pass? And when you say that Taliban have assured you that they'll let them pass, that's not happening. So someone like him, the only thing he has is assurances from the Taliban the US won't do any more. And how long are you prepared to wait before you deliver on the threatened punishments that you mentioned earlier? And would it be too late for these guys who are stuck outside? Taliban know who they are because they claim to work for the because they say they work for the US. Are you going to wait a week, 2 weeks? And by then they could be killed along with their families.
Yep. So again, it's very difficult for me, impossible for me to speak to specific cases. What I will say, though, is that a member of our LES team, our locally employed staff, we have been in touch with them an individual in a position like that will have contact information, will have been in touch with officials on the ground with this building's consular corps. So that back and forth is something we have dedicated profound resources to. Some of this is taking place on the ground in Kabul, but we have brought online actual call centers around the world where our teams are on the phone speaking to those on the ground, asking them about their whereabouts, asking them about their plans and intentions, asking them with whom they're with, to get the best sense of how we might be able to help specific individuals. So it's not something I'm typically able.
So does that include when you tell them you need to think about making your way to the airport, but we can't guarantee your safety? Again, quoting, the U.S. government cannot guarantee your safety as you make your way to the airport. That's a direct quote. I should say it's a bit of a direct quote. The U.S. government cannot guarantee your safety. That I know is a direct quote. The part about getting to the airport, I'm maybe missing a few words here and there, but it's that is that what you're saying to him, Ned? Hey, we know where you're at. We know how many people we've got with you. Oh, we understand that you can see on your security camera that the Taliban are going door to door. But hey, you know what? Here's the directions to the airport. We can't guarantee that the gate will be open when you get there. As we said, the gates may open and close without notice. And we can't guarantee that the Taliban will let you through. And we can't guarantee your safety. But, it's up to you. But at least we know where you're at. So, thanks for staying in touch with us. And, of course, this call may be recorded for quality control purposes.
Able to do from the podium, but there are hundreds and probably more people in this building and around the world who are doing just that. To your second question, we recognize that time is of the essence. We recognize that in order for us to help the largest number of people, that our operations need to be efficient and effective. I think you are seeing that. You have seen you've heard from the Pentagon, you've heard from the White House about the number of people who have cycled through the HKIA over the course of the past couple days. Again, we are going to have additional capacity for relocation sites coming online in the coming hours and the coming days. We expect that will further improve the efficiency of this process. But we do know that the most important element, the most precious resource we have now is in many ways time. And that is why people in this building and around the world are working around the clock to be of assistance to as many people as we can for as long as we can. Kylie.
Can you just give us some more details? You mentioned this task force focused just on Americans. Is that a new task force, or is that part of the larger State Department task force?
Nope. So this is a task force that is dedicated just to this mission. It is dedicated solely and exclusively to contact with American citizens who have indicated a desire to be repatriated to the United States. As you know, American citizens are encouraged to register with the embassy when they arrive in a foreign country. We have used that registration system to be in touch with that entire community. And some people who aren't in a country like Afghanistan actually use that registration system to get updates from the embassy in Kabul. So even the number of people who are registered for a system like that isn't precisely reflective of the number of people on the ground. On top of that, you have Americans who come and go. And it was certainly our encouragement and over the past several weeks, warnings to private American citizens that they should leave Afghanistan given the deteriorating security situation. We have urged them to do so since for months now. For weeks now, we have warned them to do so. So this task force is following up on the primarily email communication that we've been in with these American citizens. And it is to find out precisely where these individuals are, if they would like to be repatriated. Do they have any family members with them? How might they be able to relocate to Kabul or to HKaya if they're not in the Kabul area? So this is a very personalized, it is a very tailored approach to provide as much assistance as we can to every single American. Because again, that is our priority, to offer repatriation services to every single American who wishes to come back here.
So is this just a State Department task force, or is this interagency?
This
and
is
when you are, sorry, yeah.
It's a Department of State effort.
Okay, and once you have that information, are you sharing it with the U.S. military? And is the U.S. military now going out and getting any of those people to bring them to the airport? Because there are reports of U.S. helicopters now leaving the airport in Kabul to go get some Americans and Afghans.
I am going to let my colleagues at the Pentagon discuss what they are doing now. Of course, the president referenced an effort to bring a number of Americans, 168 Americans, across the perimeter. But when it comes to what we may be in a position to do to assist Americans, we will do everything that we responsibly can to assist Americans. What we're talking about now, this task force that is actually, we're calling these American citizens, but we're also going to be in a position to text them, to continue emailing them, every conceivable form of communication. This is indicative of that. We're not ruling anything out, but again, right now we are focused on ascertaining where these Americans are, the condition that they're in, how many people they may be traveling with, and what their desired plans
And are you sharing that information at all at an interagency level?
Look, if it will prove useful to our interagency partners and it's appropriate to do so, we will. But right now, we are trying to ascertain the universe of Americans who may be interested in relocation and the ways we might be able to assist them.
I like the way he keeps using the words "may be interested" or "who desire" to leave the country. I think the word that I would use, and I believe that the people on the other end of these text messages and emails are using, would be words like words along the lines of desperate, or shoot, I'm sorry guys, my brain. Panicked. Those words might be used a little more often than I would like to get out. Just saying. Just saying. For those of you who aren't in the D-Live chat, by the way, seriously consider joining the D-Live chat. We're really ripping on the call center thing that Ned Price talked about a few minutes ago. We're absolutely blowing it out of the water. So please consider joining the D-Live chat if you ever get the chance, because it's quite good. It's quite good.
Final question or two, Daphne.
There's been an increasing number of reports of Taliban targeting the press. Is the United States in its conversations with the Taliban asking them not to interfere with journalists and allow them to work freely? And then I just have a quick clarifying question again from the top. Sorry. You said most flights would go through a country like Qatar before going on to the dozen countries you listed. Are there any cases where flights are going from Kabul to any of those countries directly?
In almost all cases, I don't want to be categorical here because we don't want to rule anything out. In almost all cases, certainly the cases I'm aware of, these flights are going to the nearby transit countries, again, as a way to maximize the flow, as a way to reduce the burden on the fuel supply at HKaya. When it comes to members of the press, this is, and I'll address this on a couple levels. I know I and all of my colleagues in this building, we have been in touch with many of you, with your news organizations, in some cases with your Afghan affiliates on the ground. And we actually do have an element here in this building that is focused squarely and exclusively on efforts to relocate members of the media, because we do recognize their is a rather large, it's smaller now than it was several days ago, but there's still a rather large contingent of media representatives on the ground in Kabul. We have been gratified that a number of journalists have been able to safely relocate from Afghanistan. We, of course, saw the statement that the New York Times put out, I believe it was yesterday. We have been in regular touch here on the ground in Kabul with news organizations and individuals who fall into those categories in order to offer every bit of assistance. Now, you asked